Okay, we're going to open our Architectural Board of Review meeting for February 21st and start with a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
Here.
Board Member Noon?
Here.
And Board Member Whalen?
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Move on to general business and public comment. Do we have anyone who would like to make general public comment?
Thank you, Chair Moore. Currently, we do not have any virtual participants. We do not have any speaker slips for general public comment, nor did we receive any written correspondence. So back to you.
Okay, we can close public comment and go to approval of the minutes for February 6th, please.
So moved.
Okay.
Second. Further discussion
Yes, please.
under item 1. Uh, 1C, pull back all balcony trellis structures from the balcony balustrade walls. That's it.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody else? No? Okay, let's take our vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'll take roll call vote. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
Yes.
Board Member Noon?
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, and then February 13th, please.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Item A, 1810 San Pasquale Street, received final approval with the comment that the color scheme will be option 2. Item B, 520 Wentworth Avenue, received project design approval and final approval with the following comments. There's PC findings were made, and that's just new exercise equipment and minor site work for City Parks project. And those were the only 2 items for the February 13th consent ABR meeting.
Okay,
Move to approve.
I'll second that. Any discussion? No? Okay, we can vote.
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
Yes.
Board Member Noon?
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, and then February 21st, please.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Item A, 602 East Montecito Street, existing 6-foot tall fence and some gates. Received project design approval and final approval with the following comments, and that would just be PC findings made. 520 East Haley Street, received project design approval and final approval with the following comments. The applicant shall remove the decorative scroll on top of the fence. And that was the only 2 items for today's consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Move to approve.
I'll second that. I don't think there's any discussion on that one, but we can go to our vote.
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
Yes.
Board Member Noon?
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to announcements, etc. Anything?
Staff has no announcements. We will be taking a dinner break at 6, but I'm sure we might have some different timing of projects as well, but we will be providing pizza. So,
Yeah.
and coffee.
Excellent.
And a personal announcement, I have to leave at 6. So I will be here for the last item then.
Okay, we will try and stay on track. Then any other future agenda items, appeals, subcommittee reports? Nothing? Okay, well, I think we can jump to item 1. If we're ready.
We are.
He's vanished, okay. Okay, well, I can start reading the description. So this is 425 Santa Barbara Street. The project consists of constructing a 4-story, 19-unit residential apartment building on a vacant lot within the priority housing overlay of the city. The project is designed to comply with the city's average unit density incentive program and California State Density Bonus Program. Units range in size from 370 square feet to 1,144 square feet, with an average size of 634 square feet. Under state density bonus, the project proposes a reduction in the minimum private outdoor living space for each unit and allow private open yards from different units to be connected. The project proposes no on-site vehicle parking. Each unit will be provided a private, secure, covered storage unit area that includes bicycle parking and is included in the calculated footage of the unit. Project design approval is requested and was last here January 30th. Welcome back.
Thank you,
We
Chair.
have our motion there. Reread that to familiarize ourselves. So we appreciate the change in stylistic direction, study reduction of plate heights to 9 feet on floors 2 through 4. Applicant shall reduce the 4th floor parapet to the height to the minimum required. Study the south elevation, provide a break at the front unit along the 3rd floor parapet to visually reduce the mass of the building, as well as study the reduction of the trellis element. Study the treatment of the east elevation and corner balcony units to reduce the overall mass and bulk. And we appreciated the design changes to the center courtyard and addition of landscape area. Okay, welcome back.
Thank
You
you,
can
Chair Moore.
introduce yourselves
Board
and
members.
take us through your changes.
I'm Noah Greer, the architect, and I have with me here, oh, please go ahead.
Jarrett Gorin, planner.
Sam Maphis, landscape architect.
And we had submitted an elevation comparison from today's version to when we were here 2 weeks ago. Can we pull that up?
the last page of this.
Sure. It is not included in this PDF. But no problem, I'll start with the site plan. We made a few changes since we were here a couple of weeks ago. We included a transparent entry element. We reduced the balcony mass, and we did lower the parapets on the structure. So we'll look at an elevation comparison shortly, but in terms of the site plan change, you're really seeing the extent of it here on the right side of the courtyard where the main entryway comes into the courtyard. There are 4 main columns supporting a trellis that mirrors what we see elsewhere in the structure, and that's then framing a wrought iron gate and fence that provides some amount of enclosure, but also a lot of views into and out of the courtyard itself, with the intention to provide that security we were talking about, but still keeping it transparent and light, but still maintaining a relationship to the architecture. As we'll see in the elevations, I also included a 30-inch high stucco site wall underneath the fence. It felt more natural to me to sort of ground the fence than when we did not have that. So in the meantime, I think I'll just flip us to the east elevation. Bear with me. Which tells most of the story. Starting at the top, we did reduce the parapets by a foot. We maintained 18-inch parapet as our desired minimum parapet height. You'll also see at the top left there where we reduced the extent of the trellis as requested. It's also been pulled back substantially, and as you'll see in the other elevations. We pulled the tops off the balconies, substantially pulling down the mass of those balconies on both the left and the right side of this elevation. And then what you're seeing down in the center of the courtyard, although it's hidden to some degree by shadows, is that 30-inch site wall. The columns are actually 4 of them there that then support the entry trellis as a means to kind of define the entry, provide some security, but still provide plenty of transparency into and out of that courtyard. As an important amenity to the residents, we do strongly desire keeping the 10-foot plates. We hope the reduction in parapets and the other changes we made to the massing gives a project that can be approved. Okay, bear with me. Rotate around to the elevations that are displaying. So here on the north elevation facing the tire shop, you can see top left here where we pulled off the covered roof at the balconies, reducing the massing there. Here on the south elevation, facing the parking lot, or excuse me, the driveway that connects to the parking lot, you'll see where the street elevation, street is on the right here. So starting at the top, reduced parapet heights, substantially pulled back trellis at the top. And then we also stepped back, as requested by your board, 12 inches, that fourth floor, to give us that break in massing and clarify how the masses are working. Okay. Doesn't like being zoomed in that far. So now at the west elevation, facing the parking lot, some minor changes here on the ground floor. You'll see we have 2 new landscape maintenance doors. It was made clear in public comments we won't have access to those zones otherwise, but we really ideally would love to have landscape in those areas. So we've incorporated maintenance access doors in those areas. And I believe that really captures the majority of the changes. I'd love to show your board the comparison document, but I think for now I can hand it off to Jarrett.
All right. So I want to just address some of these public comments that came in up front, and then can answer any further questions about them. Really, on this project, just the comment from Richard Lloyd at Barry Capello's office. His first point here is, that we're going to significantly occlude the view of the mountains from the neighbors. I just want to remind the board that this is a private view he's talking about. It's not a public view, and that's your purview, is public views of the mountains or any other significant views. So I understand his clients don't like it, but it's private views, and the city doesn't effectively grant view easements over other properties by denying them because of a private view impact. He doesn't like the setbacks. That's really an issue with the city, not with us. We're just complying with city setbacks on there. There's this comment here about he's asking your board to similarly require us to execute a covenant on the property precluding vehicle ownership by tenants. And I guess, the first problem with that is that your board doesn't impose covenants on projects. The second part of it, categorically you don't do that, and then specifically covenants related to parking would be even more inappropriate since your board doesn't address parking requirements and issues. So I guess I'd want to make that clear on the record. And then finally, he's asking you to deny the project because he says it's incompatible and detrimentally impact the neighborhood. And while we categorically disagree with him about any of that, I think at this point, this being an SB 330 project, it'd be good to put this in the administrative record. The city's they're limited to very specific reasons that the city can deny a project like this. And these are the reasons that the city would have to make 2 findings to deny this project. First, that there is a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety unless the project's disapproved. And as used in the law, specific adverse impact means significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions that existed when our application was deemed complete. And the second finding is that there's no feasible method to mitigate some impact like that other than denying the project. So, we're not anywhere near that standard here. An attorney's speculation about that, parking might impact the neighborhood just doesn't reach that bar. So I think it's important to have that in the record, and that's really all I have to add. Thanks.
Okay, anything else?
We could visit the landscape plan, and I could show you how we're, providing that landscaping that Noah talked about through the access doors. So on the back side or on the southwest side, the west side, we do have trees proposed, be that they may be narrow trees in those little pockets, and something like a Hymenosperum, potentially a Eucalyptus citrodora, those kinds of trees is what we're thinking about potentially, and I like the Hymenosperum. In the adjacent parking planter that is against our property line along the west, there are 2 Tippewana trees that are planted in that parking lot in one of the islands and also along the southwest corner. So those are substantial trees that'll be getting bigger towards this property. So there is some shading and there is some shadow pattern. There is some potential to green up that west wall. Also on the south side, the same is true. We're proposing palms in the private little patios that will come up vertically, vines on the walls, and also the same tall trees. You know, along Santa Barbara Street that we have the very massive Podocarpus graciliors that are the street trees. So they really don't present a lot of biospace for us to have many trees in our front planters, but we are proposing some palms at that courtyard entry, most likely something like Butia, maybe clumps of kings, but I'm showing kind of the Butia as a favorite. And then the inside courtyard, we would like it to feel lush and quite pretty inside, but it is very shady, as you might imagine, because of the tallness of the building and the sun orientation. So those would be something like the chamador or some kind of a parlor palm that would lush up the area with succulents and things that would grow in the pots and be very substantial in terms of sustainability and drought tolerance. So this is, the intention is it's going to be dressed very nicely all around with things like cordyline on the big faces on the east side where we do have stucco massing, and the corners where we can present some foliage against those large building areas on the staircases. We do have some entrances on the north side that we're providing walkways through landscaping, but we do have a big transformer that we have to leave clearances for as well. So we can't plant too heavily around that based on all the Edison codes. And then the parkway will be dressed nicely with compatible plants to the city standard. So I think the front of the building will look quite handsome as well as the architecture does. So that's the quick summary. Any questions?
Okay. If that is everything, we will go to public comment.
And before we go to public comment, Chair Moore, I was not able to find those plan comparisons, so I don't know if you had emailed those to the case planner. I did not find them in Acela, so I won't be able to bring those up at today's hearing, and I can't get in touch with the staff planner for it as well, so
Got it.
just want to let that be known,
All
so
right.
we can continue with public comment.
Chair Moore, board members, honestly, you've seen it all. It was nice to see the two side by side such that you could see the massing changes and the building drop so slightly. But I think you understand the big idea. Thank you.
Okay, let's open public comment.
Thank you, Chair Moore. If anyone joining virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. I have one raised hand for Richard Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd, I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request. And you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. I won't belabor the specifics, and this project has come before you several times now. I think, first back in 2020. And really just to explain the neighbors platform's approach here. I mean, I think we just heard from the developer that really the approach is screw the neighborhood, screw the board, we'll build to what we're permitted, and you better approve it. I don't think that really does justice to the neighborhood. It doesn't do justice to the city. And whether projects like this are really a systematic failure of the city's AUD program, as we point out, for the price of 2 market rate 1-bedroom apartments, you get an entire 4th story that blocks the majority of Santa Barbara's characteristic view, whether private or public. Again, perhaps the ABR feels its hands are tied here, and there's only so much it can do. But we would just ask that at minimum you make a record. And if you think this project isn't appropriate, but you have no choice in it, then quite simply we'd ask you make that record and you say that. an individual neighbor's dispute over the property only goes so far, but we heard at the planning commission for 425 Garden, the planning commission believes the AUD program is a complete failure. I'm interested, I'm sure the city's interested in where the ABR stands, given its remit and its duty to protect Santa Barbara's neighborhoods. Where does the ABR stand when the third project like this, the fourth project, the fifth project, and before we know it, the Haley Street corridor is a canyon of 4-story projects where the developer takes every opportunity to build every inch of both height and lot lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I do not have any other raised hands. We did receive written correspondence from Richard Lloyd and Paulina Kahn, which was distributed to the board prior to the meeting, and I don't have any speaker slips. So back to you.
Okay, let's close public comment and go to questions. Who would like to start? Ms. Anderson?
Okay, have you guys done any preliminary structural yet for this project?
Yes, we have. Thank you.
Do you have, what is the depth of your floor joists?
I believe we have it at 14 plus now.
Okay. And so what I saw in the sections and elevations is that floor to floor is at 11 feet. Is that right? Plate floor to, sorry, floor to floor, yeah.
Floor to floor is a 10-1 plate, and I can,
It looked like it was tin one to the bottom of the structure. That's why I'm asking.
I see. That is correct. The dimensions we're providing are from structural floor to top plate. Then you have the thickness of the floor assembly, then another 10-1 from structural floor to top plate.
Yeah, top of plate, right.
Right.
Okay. And then on the west elevation, on the sketch of your west elevation, I couldn't tell if you were showing some landscape on the wall or if that was just some marker, or if there was any proposed landscape on like the second floor.
Thanks for asking. The concept there was that if the board found the walls to be an issue, we liked the concept of having either integral or overhanging pots that could carry a draping vine of some kind.
Okay. And then you have a couple of your window details, correct? Could we just look at one?
Correct.
The jam detail. Yeah. Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay. Vice Chair Six.
Yes, thank you. Your trellis heights throughout, are they to bottom of your main girder? What are you drawing this at? From finished floor to bottom of main header.
I believe that I drew this with our column at approximately 8.6, and then say the main girder that sits on the column, 18 inches or so, that takes us to about 10 feet.
Wait,
I may be 6 or 8 inches
the
under
underside,
that.
what's the
Yeah.
underside of the main girder?
Let's say is we're here, I'd say, judging by the windows here, we've got about 8.6.
Okay, very good. Have you, go to the floor plan, excuse me, the site plan. Have you worked with the trash company to see if you have enough enough breathing room outside your trash opening out to the door for them to comfortably navigate those trash bins?
Thank you. We based the design of that on the Marburg trash standards.
All right,
I can't say that I've personally had discussions with them.
okay. So you're suggesting that all the trellises would be wood?
At this point, we don't know. The initial concept was actually that they were steel. I would say that has yet to be resolved,
Okay.
and I'd appreciate your input.
They look awfully woody to me. Window types, materials?
Ideally anodized aluminum recessed.
And
Generally.
I don't think there's, just a minor, there's, if you look at the front elevation, in particular the sketchy one, there seems to be a quirk between, when we look at these columns at the corner of the balconies, your spandrels on the exterior balcony seem to be recessed from those columns, and then the interior, way back in the back of the courtyard, they seem to be flush. Is you, what are you doing there?
Okay, thank you, Board Member 6. I believe, are you referring to hearsay on the second floor where
Yeah.
the floors are recessed behind the columns?
Right.
The intention would be to mirror the same up here, and I missed those lines.
All right, and then there's these little sills on these small little windows in the front, has this front elevation. What are you proposing there? That's very, very deeper window than normal, and proposing a slope sill. Is that what's happening there?
Correct, and those are actually openings to the stairwell, so there's no windows, so that we have the ability to push the slope sill a bit deeper.
So all your windows, I noticed your elevation, your sections showed a significant recess in the windows from the face of the wall. Are you using 2x4, 2x6?
2x6 construction tip, and then recessing them to the
Typical,
extent feasible.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. What are you proposing for your stair and balcony materials? Flooring and tread and riser?
I would say stairs are very much TBD. I can speak to the balconies. The intention now is that we're bringing in wood to provide our guardrails, and then we did have that.
So it would be a
So-
wood deck? Like that, okay?
I'm sorry, yes, for the railing, but for the deck itself would be, we'll have a surface on it of some kind, be it tile or otherwise.
All right, I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Black?
Can you flip back to the landscape plan, please? So I was wondering, Sam, whether or not you felt like there was enough room in these little open space areas on the north and south, these little patio-like, I know you've got.
Got some vine pockets,
Yeah,
David,
that I see.
and some trees where we
Yeah,
can.
and I'm just wondering whether, I mean, because you've got a four-story massing going up here, and I was just wondering whether you felt like you could tuck in, another tree or two, whether that patio had enough room in it to tuck a little tree well in there and plant like stenocarpus, which can handle a small space. I'm just looking at, where you have those benches, for instance. I'm looking at the south space now.
Okay, south, gotcha. I was looking
Yeah,
north,
so I mean,
okay.
if you created a little planter space on either side, perhaps of that little divider, I guess, between the two patios.
That's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, just to get some verticality here. And then the same, I mean, I don't even see a palm on the north patio
It's in the-
space, up in that upper left corner, but nothing else.
Yeah, there's a gate there, so we're letting an entrance come into that east side, but on the west side, we have a palm.
But I just thought if you were able to sort of tuck a tree well, at the end of the patio, then it wouldn't interfere with the circulation of the patio itself. I mean, just look for any opportunity to,
I could visualize two, one in each patio.
That's what I'm
Really
thinking, too.
create a little mass in the center.
yeah, so I think if you could look at that for both sets of patios, I think that would help a lot,
I think that's a good idea.
yeah.
That's fine.
And then obviously, when you come back, we're going to want to make sure that the backflow, which I see is sort of in the vicinity of the transformer, that's going to be properly screened.
That's tucked behind in there nicely, and that's the intention, is we
Okay.
get it off the street and bring it back, so it'd be perpendicular to the street and hidden.
I got it. Cool.
Yeah,
Those are my questions. Thanks.
thank you.
Mr. Newton?
No questions, thanks.
Mr. Whalen?
None for noon? A couple of general questions. Why don't you go back to the landscape plan piece as long we're there? I see, Sam, on the north and south, there's 6 redwood fence heights, but on the west, I'm still having a trouble in my mind squaring what's going on the west, because when we look at the west elevation, it looks, there's no fence right on the west property line. So if you could go to that west elevation and try to walk me through, are there windows on the ground floor that are not visible? Why can I only see half of windows? I can't see the sill. What's going on there?
Is there some outdoor space, Noah, that's for those doors right there? Is there some patios
Correct, yeah.
upstairs where
Yeah.
those vine pockets or it might be something like Senecio fish hooks, some kind of a draping succulent that we could get into?
So there's some kind of second floor ledge, quasi balcony, and on the ground floor, it's the storage areas, right?
Correct. And
That's
that
why-
wall continues up, yes, to become a
Okay.
guardrail for the second floor balconies.
Got it. And then on that point, in our agenda project summary, it has units range in size from 370 square feet net. Does that include that storage area?
I don't
Probably
believe it
not.
does, board member. I know that we provided calcs explicitly in the project that did include that, so everyone could see them together. But I'll look into the paperwork. and get back to
Probably
you.
not. 370 square feet sounds reasonably small, right?
Agreed.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, just a couple of questions. So you gave us a dimension to the underside of the trellis pieces. Does that mean that we're looking at 8-foot doors as well?
This is showing 8-foot doors, correct.
Okay. And then during this discussion about the rear and the property line and all that, it kind of struck me as, how much space do you have between that rear property line and the start of your wall at the ground level?
Even we get as tight as, I believe, 16 inches. You see here, I've dimmed it at 16 inches clear.
Okay. So is that going to be a block wall that gets finished with plaster on the exterior?
That's how it's drawn now, yes.
You can do that in 16 inches?
It's a challenge. Then I looked into it, and I've been told there are ways to accomplish that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then on the 4th floor parapet, the roof parapet, so you said you reduced it. What is it now? What was it?
It was 30, and we came down a foot to 18. And the reason we kept it at 18 was primarily to facilitate things like waterproofing, quite frankly. Is there a potential it could come down another 4 inches or so, probably at most, before constructability maybe was more of a concern?
It's a PVC roof?
At this point,
Okay, because that's a pretty minimal requirement to get some vertical coverage. Okay. And then I do want to prod again about the floor-to-ceiling heights. So you're sticking with your guns at 10-foot-1 for all floors, regardless of the size of the unit, number of windows, et cetera. Because as we go up, the units on the 4th floor are the largest units, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. Okay, any follow-up questions?
Just a quick one. So we're looking at this west elevation with this wall here. So we do have a planting space, yes, between the wall and the property line. We just discussed that, right? So is there an opportunity, Sam, to do like ficus or
There's
on
probably,
there to sort of green that wall out?
we could grow from the bottom up.
That's what I mean.
Just maintaining that vine is going to be the difficult part.
But it wouldn't require much maintenance per se. I mean,
True, but
I
at
mean,
some
in
point,
the
those
long
vines
run.
get heavy and want to come off. You may need to keep them trim and tight to the wall. We'd be walking on someone else's property. Or getting our very thinnest person coming out that door and walking along the dirt space that's left, because the vines are going to creep a little bit outward as they root themselves into
Yeah.
the dirt that's on the other property.
It just seems that a green wall is going to be better than a big plaster wall.
We're happy to put
I know.
vines in that space.
I think another thing to consider is, again, there's landscaping on the neighboring property in front of this wall. And they do have trees planted in there, and those are providing some of what you're looking for here. But certainly those trees are maintained by that neighboring property, and they can reach them all.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, it was
We could
just,
explore that.
just look at it and see.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, comments then. So they're here looking for project design approval. Before we jump into that, for a question for staff. So being the nature of the process, where are we in hearings, number of hearings, et cetera?
I can't answer that. I wish the case planner was here.
I can answer that.
Yeah, please.
This is hearing number 3.
Okay.
Chair Moore, I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Was the missing comparison display that we don't have comparing the floor-to-floor height reduction? Or?
No, Board Member Six, simply the version, it simply showed the changes that we made since the last time we were before your board.
Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to start with comments? Anybody? Gonna jump in? Okay.
All right, I appreciate the effort to reduce the massing with the trellises and the balconies. However, I can't support a 10-foot plate height. I understand it's an amenity, and I understand that we would all like to live in a ceiling that's 10 feet tall, but I don't think it's appropriate in this situation, and I think you would still have a nice apartment that does not have a 10-foot plate height, and that this, by reducing the plate height, it would actually reduce the entire mass of the project, and especially on the 4th floor. That's my comment.
Okay. Vice Chair Six?
Chair Moore, I also concur that very disappointed without the floor-to-floor reduction heights, and I would like to see that happen. To respond to the public commenter, yes, I am very concerned and frustrated with the formulas for no parking and or underparked, and the way that because there's no parking, these structures can fill up excessive mass on a given square footage of a land, but my hands are tied. It's, my job is to see the best that we can within the, aesthetically within our limits of purview. So I just want to state that for the record. On details here, I think that especially if we look at the west elevation. Nope, the next one over. Where is that? There you go. You can see in this, in the right-hand side, the awkward, well, I consider the trellis above that landing on the stair to the north, shoved way out in the air there, very spindly and awkward. I think that either you move that back to the, and nestle it against the building to the left, or something other, or even eliminate it. But it's very awkward. and I would like to see it revised. I think that when we have this type of architecture, I think we have to make every effort to warm it up and to soften the contemporary hardness of these things. So I'm looking, as I mentioned, that the wood trellises should be wood and expressed beam ends and very woodsy look to your balustrades. I think you need to have tile on the steps. I think the wrought iron should have some kind of geometric design to it rather than just vertical bars. I think that, as you've done, and I understand and like the slope sills on the raw openings to the open-air stairs, but I think there, especially if we go over to the elevation to the left, if there's some kind of very minimal, small recessed punch-outs, decorative in nature, either above each window or, as an expressive punch in the the walls of the patios or whatever, and even some limited areas where the tile has, where we introduce tile at some of the parapets in row. Maybe appropriate, very minimal, but maybe you do something special at the stair steps of your stairs going up. I also think that, as I note on your window details, you have a generous bullnose. I think you should maximize the radius on your parapets and your outside corners to a much softer, rounded corner. I think those are my comments.
Okay, Mr. Black?
Thanks. Yeah, I would agree with those comments, certainly. Just every opportunity, detail-wise, to sort of soften and warm up the overall visual impact of the project. And then in that regard, I think I already sort of made it clear about try to squeeze in more verticality in terms of the tree massings around the building where it's possible. I mean, it's just another opportunity to sort of soften the visual impact of the building, and I'm sure you'll explore that. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Noon?
I would just add that I think the applicant has effectively and appropriately addressed the comments that that were listed from the previous review. Excuse me. I would, just as the board has already mentioned, just encourage, even a further, what would you call it? Reducing of, the height. Simply put, maybe I understand, I don't know if that's where board member or Chair Moore was going, but maybe on a couple lower levels where there's smaller units, maybe take some height out there. I don't know if it's I would call it necessarily a condition, but I would maybe defer to the rest of the board. But I think that in general, I think it's appropriate in direction, and that would be my only, comment to add.
Okay. Mr. Whalen?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I do have a few comments here. I don't find this project meets our compatibility guidelines for a number of reasons, which I'll try to enumerate here. In areas without distinctive architecture, structures should be designed to lead the area towards Santa Barbara's distinctive built environment. I'm quoting. The design has been diminished over our review period, and the potential for a neighborhood identity development has been reduced. a stated goal of the ABR is to encourage the traditional Hispanic style, which I think we have compromised to a degree. While the materials, the color, the exterior treatments are very good quality, the overall effect is not one that I think is compatible with our Spanish colonial revival history. I don't believe the front entry, while it has improved, I don't think it has a really distinctive, well-developed identity. Certainly, it doesn't complement the existing buildings, nor is it cohesive in height, scale, or character with the neighborhood. The building is not within the range of heights of the neighborhood, even those across the street. The proposed open space, which is the courtyard, is compromised by the bicycle circulation through that courtyard. Overall, the livability and quality of life for the residents, I think, is questionable, if not negligible here. It seems to be kind of a wayward housing project where one really, I'll just leave it at that. It's just the livability and quality of life I find is not as below a standard that we would like to achieve. Design features for features carless, promoting bicycle, but doesn't in any significant way promote a separate circulation system for those bikes. It mixes them with pedestrians, both inside the courtyard and at street level. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. My own comments are, I think you have listened to most of the points that were made in our motion last time. You've reduced some of the mass, bulk, and scale by removing covers over balconies, etc. However, I think in order for this project to be found compatible, the plate heights just need to be reduced. And the roof parapet needs to come down to the minimum. I personally don't feel that the upper floors require a 10-foot ceiling if they're up in the air already. You know, the point of having a larger or higher than average ceiling is to make a small apartment feel big and feel livable. Get more light in there. I understand that. But as we go up in this project, that's less important. As we go up in the air, that's less important. Particularly the fourth floor where the apartments are large. I think the suggestions made for additional planting are great and I think will really help. And I think they're achievable with minimal effort. Okay, any other comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I will be voting against a PDA at this point. It's close, but I am disappointed in the floor heights and agree wholeheartedly they should come down. And I think I want to be more confident on materials and warming this building up before we give PDA.
Okay. Well, we could do that straw vote now and ask how many board members feel the project is ready for project design approval as presented. So we know for sure. Okay.
I'll go ahead and take the roll call for that. Chair Moore,
No.
Vice Chair Six,
No.
Board Member Anderson,
No.
Board Member Black,
No.
Board Member Noon,
No.
and Board Member Whalen.
I'll abstain from the vote.
The noes have it. Thank you.
Okay. So it's fairly clear.
There is a practical matter here of, we have an allowance of 2 hearings left. So one of these hearings would be great to have the scope of final design review on final details and everything else. But at the rate we're going, I mean, that's it. We're at that margin. And so PDA would have to be at the next hearing. And on these plate heights, we've heard you on that, and it's just something that we disagree on. I certainly will consider it again on the upper floors, but, we contrary to Mr. Lloyd's assertion that we've told the city, screw you, I think it's pretty obvious that we've radically redesigned this project based on comments from this board, and the board's acknowledged that, and this is one issue out of a myriad issues, and this may be the one issue we can't agree on, but it's,
Okay.
yeah, that's where we're at.
I understand what you're saying.
Thank you, Chair Moore. If I could just
Chime in? Yes,
chime in, yes, Allison DeBusk, Development Review Supervisor. One concern that I do have is that if this gets continued and goes to the next hearing and then does not receive PDA, presumably the applicant would then appeal or ask for denial, take it to City Council, at which point we'll be at our 5th hearing, and then there will be no hearing left for a final ABR review. So just something to keep in mind, because that can be a really important part of the review process.
Mr. Chair, I'm kind of, we made it pretty damn clear last time that we would like to see reduction in floor-to-floor heights, and I think it's on the onus of this applicant to, to make an effort, and I think the number of hearings and is up to him. And I will not vote for PDA before the floor heights are reduced.
May I ask if there might be an option for PDA with conditions? Got it.
No, because PDA codifies your mass, bulk, and scale, and height is critical to that. So,
What about just reducing the parapet?
That's possible, but I don't think.
yeah. Okay, well, unfortunately, the board is in a position, based on the applicant's approach and the state law, that we're in between a rock and a hard place. However, I think we've made comments, we've been pretty clear from meeting 1 about the height. And I don't think that's changed at all. And if the project does move forward to City Council, they can also deny the project, is that right? Well, I guess that's not important for today. It's really not. We're here to make judgments based on the aesthetics, mass, bulk, and scale, et cetera. So, I would make a motion for continuance back to the full board with the comment that the board finds the height unacceptable as proposed, the roof parapets should be reduced to the greatest extent feasible, the floor-to-ceiling heights on levels 2, 3, and 4 shall be reduced to 9 feet. The board appreciates the reductions in massing that the applicant has made. Continue to add landscaping as discussed. The suggestion is also made to add additional warmth in detailing and materials throughout the project.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? No? Okay, let's vote.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I will take the roll call vote. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
Yes.
Board Member Noon?
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen?
No.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Whalen, do you mind stating your reasons for voting no?
Oh, not at all. I thought I made my points in my comments, but in general, it does not meet the compatibility guidelines.
Thank you.
Okay. We can move on to item number 2. What's that? No, if you claim this law, it's 5 meetings. Okay. Okay. All right, item 2. This is 125 South Calle Cesar Chavez. This is a proposal for a new concrete surface storage yard for equipment and vehicles on the existing 2.4 acre vacant site. Most trees are proposed to be removed and new trees are proposed. This is adjacent to the El Estero drainage and proposes wetland delineation and habitat restoration, 2 biotension basins, as well as additional remediation of contaminated soil. Proposed grading is approximately 2,500 cubic yards of cut and 120 cubic yards of fill. Project requires planning commission approval of a coastal development permit. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. This project requires compliance with the project compatibility findings and the urban design guidelines and was last year, October 18th of 2021. It's been a while. Okay, come on up. And if we could find our minutes.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I can go ahead and read those minutes from the last hearing. So this motion was to continue indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. The amount of perimeter landscaping shall be increased. The applicant shall study moving the fence back on South Quarantina Street to allow for the existing street trees to remain and for a sidewalk to be routed behind those trees as required. The applicant shall study providing a setback for the fence along Calle Cesar Chavez to allow for additional landscape screening for the fence and for additional trees on the property. The applicant shall study providing additional larger scale trees and adding landscape width as appropriate along the southern property line to screen views off the property, including views from the railroad and other locations. The applicant shall study alternatives for the rolling gate other than the chain link fencing proposed. 5, provide additional photographs from the street level looking south down Quarantina Street, as well as south down Calle Cesar Chavez and looking toward northward on Calle Cesar Chavez. 6, provide photographs from the center of the site looking southward toward the railroad and adjacent hotel property. 7, provide an aerial photograph of the site and surrounding parcels to give a better idea of the neighborhood context. And lastly, 8, provide existing photographs of the prototype concrete fence.
Okay. Could you introduce yourselves?
John Kuykendall with DMI, agent for the applicant.
Chris Dufour, landscape architecture with RM Design Group.
Okay.
So I just want to give a quick overview before I turn it over to Chris to go through all the changes since the last time we were here back in October of 2021. We have increased perimeter landscaping, but one of the things that we are going to request board consideration and hopefully approval is a reduction in the standard 5-foot landscape requirement for the parking area along the southern perimeter of the property. As some of you may recall, this property there's an off-site parking agreement between the city that was originally engaged with the city and the homeless shelter, about 800 to 1,000 feet to the east on Cacique. And so there's 20 parking spaces on our plans. The parking is there's no parking required for the project. There's no development, no non-residential floor area. It's just a concrete storage area for equipment and Moorburg vehicles. And so with that, one of the things that we had to accommodate at the last hearing was we had originally proposed removing one street tree on Quarantina. And you asked us to study that. So we worked with City Public Works and Transportation, and we're able to preserve the tree, but it resulted in having 2 points of ingress and egress off of Quarantina. So we now have one specifically to the parking area, and then one for Marburg and its equipment, because
Do
the
you
width
want to
between.
show us this on the plan while
Yeah.
you're
Okay,
describing
sorry.
it? That'd be helpful.
I was going to have him do that, but I was just trying to justify the request.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go, maybe that one. So while he's bringing that up, see if you can see, does that show the driveways?
It does.
Oh, yeah, the two driveways. So we have the one driveway is narrower than, narrow in width than the one for the trucks. And so the parking is up against the property line closer, where we have roughly around 2 feet rather than the standard 5 feet. It is against the railroad corridor. The parking's not really visible from any of the adjacent streets or any residential or the hotel across the railroad corridor in their parking lot. And we will have a chain link fence with slats along the southern perimeter. And we are providing landscaping, so we are hoping we can get a reduction of that, because with the second driveway, we now are using more usable area as a drive aisle for the second driveway. So with that, I think I'll have Chris start to go through all the changes that we had as you go through the 8 comments.
Thanks, John. Just going point by point through each of the comments. First one is on this sheet, so that works out. The comment being the amount of perimeter landscaping shall be increased. The applicant shall study moving the fencing back on South Quarantina Street to allow for the existing street trees. So that we were able to accommodate. So I think the last time you guys saw this, this sidewalk was a straight shot across that frontage, and these trees were being taken out as part of that. So we have now put a little shimmy in the sidewalk as we go along, and in essence, that creates about 200 additional square feet of landscaping along this frontage. We're maintaining all the Brisbane box trees. As John mentioned, that does create a little bit of a area here where we've got the 2 proposed driveways around the existing tree. Item 2, the applicant shall study providing a setback for the fencing along Calles or Chavez to allow for additional landscaping screenage. So here we did increase it to about the 18 inches that we were talking about on the South Quarantina project. So we're within conformance of what we were doing consistently with that project. In the original markup, I don't know that we made note of the existing landscaping that's in this parkway, so we would like to note that there is existing shrubs in this parkway as well. There's shrubs and vines along this frontage, as well as the existing trees that remain. We've got the bioswale as well as the wetland and buffer area that will be adding to this landscaping on this side. In general, we were able to add 100 extra square feet by moving the fence back to meet that accommodation, though. Applicant shall study providing additional larger scale trees and adding landscape width as appropriate along the southern property line to screen views off the property. So in this area, the original plan that we showed you did not have any trees, to my knowledge. And so we're adding about 13 trees in that location. In this area, from essentially this light pole to here, this essentially doubled the landscape shown. We added a parking island here, as well as an in-planter island here. These are Catalpa species with Brisbane box on this symbol being the Brisbane, this symbol being the Catalpa. This area, as John mentioned, is going to be a little bit narrower. This is the area that we're asking for the exception. We are proposing vines and chain link fence to grow up. Applicant shall study alternatives for the rolling gate other than the chain link fencing. So now I'm going to switch over to L1.4. So here we are proposing a gate that's going to be consistent with the gate further down the street on Quarantina. It's a metal picket gate with perforated sheet panels that'll allow for some opaqueness, so you get some privacy, but you're still able to see pedestrians walking through on the other side so that vehicles don't run into them. This, as I said, this gate is consistent with what we did before. Provide additional photographs from the street looking south down Quarantina Street. So that's going to be 1.2. So down Quarantina would be this view here. And then the second part of that comment, as well as south down Cesar Chavez, which would be here, and then I believe, let me look and see. Yeah, I think that is what we have. And then provide photographs from the center, looking south towards the railroad, going to this one. Getting used to this mouse. So those are the views looking to the south across the railroad tracks. There's a wall across the railroad with an existing tree line canopy, so as we get to the aerial I can show you, but this is the hotel across the way. There's not that many windows looking towards our direction in that view. Which leads me to provide an aerial photograph of the site, which is L1.6. So in this view, our project site is dashed in yellow. The bulk of the properties that are across the railroad tracks, it's the tennis courts as well as the parking lot for the hotel. There's very few rooms or opportunities for them to see towards our side of the project other than from this corner here looking that direction. And the last comment to address would be the provide existing photos of the wall fencing, and that would be provided on this sheet. The intent is to match the character and aesthetic as we were proposing on the 2 Quarantina project, so the color would be consistent of that of being the Pueblo, which was discussed in an ABR hearing prior on that project as well. Here for questions if you have any, and we do have, yeah, leave it at that.
Okay, we can open public comment.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I currently do not have any virtual participants. We did not receive any speaker slips. We did receive written correspondence from Paulina Kahn, which was distributed to the board prior to this meeting. So back to you.
Okay, we'll close public comment and go to questions. Start down here with Mr. Whalen this time. Any questions?
Sure, thank you, Chair Moore. I understand from the drawings that there are 4 types of fences, and those are illustrated, but could you briefly show us which types of fences go where?
Yeah, great question. Great question. Take you back to the first sheet here. So that the concrete, precast concrete fencing that we showed you just in that last slide is going to be this blue fence that goes along here. It's also fronting on Quarantina on the other side. As you get to, there's an existing bridge crossing. There's a concrete header wall, so to speak, where it transitions to a short segment of fencing that is.
Excuse me for interrupting, but that head wall is not shown on your drawing, is it? It's a drainage, right? It goes under KACC?
It
It's
would-
in that area,
It would
right?
fall in this area here
Yeah.
behind the back of sidewalk.
One of those obscure lines, thank you.
Yeah, it would be behind the back of sidewalk.
Please continue.
And the fencing shown for that would be directed towards this detail here. The intent is to keep people from hopping over that concrete wall and hopping over the fence and sort of doing a parkour, so to speak, of jumping over one to get to the other.
Just to note, it's similar to what the city approved over at Laguna Channel off of Yalanali, East Yalanali. So we worked with Creeks and staff to come up with an acceptable design for that to try to minimize the homeless accessing this area.
Okay, moving back to the plan. The southern frontage between the railroad and the project is slated for the chain link fencing with the slats, the privacy slats,
How tall?
6 foot. That is also in the area of the parking lot. It's separating both bays of the parking from the Marburg property as well from the parking. And when you turn the corner, we're back to the concrete precast fencing. And then when there's areas of visibility concerns, that's when we get to the metal picket style fencing and gates. But I think that covers all the styles.
Thank you. That is a good tour. A couple of other small questions. Does your tree, there are quite a few trees removed. Does the replacement number exceed those removed?
Yeah, I believe I counted this morning that we were removing about 23 and we are replacing 33.
Very good. Let's see. And then are there any vines on that southern fence?
Yes, it's kind of hard to read, but there's this symbol here, and I can take you back to the legend.
Very good. That's fine. That's all I wanted. Thank you, Chair Moore.
Jump a line, okay.
Yeah, no, that was my question regarding fencing, so thank you.
Mr. Black?
Could you remind me what the species of trees are along that southern boundary?
Yeah,
adjacent to the railroad?
we're doing,
So I remember it was oaks and Brisbane box and Chautauqua, yes?
well, it depends on where you're talking about. We have Chautauqua and Brisbane along the parking frontage.
Right.
And then as you get towards the wetland corridor, I believe you're correct in the oaks part.
Oh, and sycamores, as I remember.
Yes.
So those two sycamores and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the,
So these double ring circles are the Brisbane box
Okay.
symbols. This is the Chautauqua species symbol.
got it.
I believe you're correct that this is either, I gotta look back at the
I
legend.
believe that's sycamore.
Yeah. Yep, you're right.
Okay. And that fence you said is going to have not only vines, but also screen slats, is that correct?
Yes.
Along that? Okay. Can I ask you a quick question? So what's the nature of the storage that's planned for this space? Is it going to be what?
The type of storage will be some of the equipment from Marburg, could be some of their, I believe, their toilets, their storage containers, and vehicles. So it's basically from their existing area, they're able to now kind of spread out and get a little bit better operation.
Okay, thank you. Those are my
Vice Chair
questions.
Six? Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in that regards, equipment types and storage types, there's no definite plan of how to store these things and where the trucks drive and so forth. So the particular shape that you have is, you're just trying to get as much area as possible for the need, right?
Correct, but we also show in our plans with working with transportation, we did show kind of how the circulation would go within the interior of the trucks, because we have the sole point of ingress and egress off of Quarantina.
All right. So when I look at the bioretention area, that particular shape is generated by, what I'm trying to get to is, we have we have these fairly generous bioretention areas, and taking away from your real estate, which is precious, why can't some of these be reshaped to include in front of your opaque fence at Calas Cesar Chavez? For like a less long retention basin in that southern portion, and wrap it around in front of a concrete fence for, like 12 feet or 10 feet or whatever. Why this particular configuration, and why can't we have more significant growies in front of that concrete wall at Calas Cesar Chavez?
I'll attempt to answer some of that, but I may defer to RRM. But if you may recall, we do have this wetland in the southwest corner that was, we had to do a delineation, and DUDEC did that. It was determined it had some wetland qualities, so then we had to do a habitat restoration plan. And within that area, we have to also provide a 25-foot buffer. So most of that area, that's all being now reviewed by state agencies, Fish and Wildlife.
That package there is down to the minimum. Uh-huh.
And so that's where it's the 25-foot buffer that's required as part of the local coastal program. And then within that, we have the basin,
Okay.
part of the basin, but then it extends more because we need more coverage, so it
Okay.
extends west.
So it's not just happenstance, it's
No, there's a reason for
generated.
that, because it's the Elistero drainage.
So what about bioretention on the northern corner there? Could that not be, is that simply generated by square footage, and can that not be spread out in front of the fence? You could divvy that up for a generous 5 foot in front of the fence.
I may defer if you know. Because I do know the topography is the reason why they put it over there.
And turn on
I'm not
this
sure if that's something that can be more linear than square.
My question is good.
No, it's a good
Okay.
one. It's a fair question.
Mr. Chair, Board, Alan Lewis with RM Design Group. I'm a civil engineer. The reason why we have two separate bioretention basins is because we have a grade break. So the top portion above the dotted black line drains generally in that direction, and then below it, it drains generally to the south into this other bioretention area.
So logistically, you could not have that northern square retention spread out over the Cesar Chavez property line?
Logistically would be difficult because this area is, as I understand it, meant to be for staging for work equipment, vehicles, industrial vehicles. And so what we wanted to do was to have it out of the way and to also be able to provide as much area concentrated to provide the best treatment possible.
Okay, very good.
If I may add, it's kind of shaped in a similar fashion to a corner parking lot planter, in the sense that if this was serving as a parking lot, you can pull in a truck and park in that manner, and pull in a truck and pull in that manner. And so this shape ends up being kind of like a corner planter piece of a parking lot.
All right, enough said. L 1.3 was missing, and so I'm not clear on, and it may have informed us of the height of the concrete fences. What is the height of the concrete fences?
The height is 8 feet.
8 feet, all right. And then do we have on that missing sheet a section showing the relationship? We went in ad nauseum at last project about getting enough planting in front of this concrete wall between it and the sidewalk. Do we have, and the plan shows it all over the place. It's, it's much better than a straightaway, but how much planting area do we have in front of the sidewalk, behind the sidewalk in front of the wall?
So let me clarify that the sheet numbering got off a bit, so 1.3 is non-existent.
Oh, I spent a long time looking for it.
My apologies. I was looking for it this morning as I was preparing to, so looking through. looking for that section sheet. You had a comment, John? Let me look to see what sheet.
I was just going to mention what you were referring to. The wall, the landscaping is to replicate what we got approved at 2 South Quarantina. So I think it's 18 inches
18 inches.
behind the sidewalk to allow that extra planting between the sidewalk and the
So I
wall.
remember we talked about the dimensions of the footing and da-da-da. So it's 18 inches from the footing clear?
Yes, it's 18.
From
It's
the,
18 inches clearance from the footing.
from the outside face of the footing, correct? Oh,
And we're-
great.
And we're keeping consistent with that on this.
And we have that somewhere on the plan.
And it's the 1.3 that's not shown.
Okay.
It's on a different, yeah, long story.
Okay, I think those are my questions.
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
Do you have a conceptual lighting plan and location?
Yeah, they are shown on the 1.0 series. The detail for the light, I did print it out, but the actual layout is shown on L 1.0. So this symbol here would be the parking lot light fixture. It's an LED 20-foot fixture. It's fairly standard.
And it's just around the perimeter, not on the interior?
Correct. If you-
Okay, those are my questions.
yeah.
Okay, any follow-up questions before we go to comments? No? Who would like to start? Mr. Whalen, go ahead.
I'll start. Sure. Thank you, Chair Moore. I appreciate what the project does for the streetscapes on Quarantina and Calle Cesar Chavez with the proviso, as Mr. Six was lobbying for, an appropriate planting area. I think you're going to make quite a contribution. And for the south fence, if any of you have taken Amtrak, and I've ridden it from Seattle to San Diego, you see some of the most sublime parts of California and some of the worst from the tracks. So I think your solution is perfectly reasonable to go with black slats. I would encourage as much planting as is possible. It looks from the plan like you're only going to plant on your parcel. If there's some way to, say, move the fence inward and plant on both sides of it so that you really get some vine-colored thing, because we know it's going to get graffitied. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, and as we make these comments, it'd be helpful if you could say whether you feel the project is ready for project design approval at this point.
I think it's ready for project design approval.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Noon, any comments?
I will also think it's ready for PDA, and agree with the previous comments that it's, I appreciate the
It is, but you can say.
the modifications you've made per our previous comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Black?
Thanks. I remember the last time you were here, my big concern obviously was this screening along that south boundary, and because, as was mentioned, you get a lot of passenger travel through here, train travel, and the notion of coming into Santa Barbara and looking over and seeing garbage trucks and porta potties and that sort of thing. I just think, looking at the landscape plan, it just seems like you could probably increase the amount of screening of the trees. The Chautauqua, for instance, is deciduous, so there's going to be a certain time of the year when you will not provide screening. And it just seems like you could come up with some additional evergreen trees to do it. The Brisbane box, I think, could go a ways to do that. I'm just thinking that there's an opportunity to plant more evergreen and in a denser pattern. Like right in the middle of that section, I see there's a sycamore and then 2 Brisbane box, and then there's a big gap, and then there's a Brisbane box, and then another gap. It just seems like all of that should be filled in. And to the point where, as best as possible, you don't see any of this storage yard from the train tracks. And remembering too that the trains obviously are, the passengers are elevated, so they're going to be looking down into this space. So I think it's really important that you sort of really focus on that from my perspective. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Vice Chair Six?
Yes, I appreciate the movement that's been made. I wholeheartedly concur with Board Member Black in regards to making the southern property line along the tracks a very dense and continuous, opaque landscape buffer. If we can do that after PDA, I would grant PDA. I'm also don't understand why we can't inch out a few more feet along Cesar Chavez in front of this wall. Another 2 feet or something to get substantial plantings there. And also, I appreciate your additional photos. I drove by and there is no visual gap as you're traveling south on Quarantina, but there is a visual gap traveling south on Cal Cesar Chavez. So I would at least request that if you can reshape that bioretention area to, it's good that we're on this plan. You see this shaded, it's actually a driveway on the northern portion of your property. Yeah, right there. That's a visual gap as you're traveling south. And I would like to either see planting or a different type of opaque fence along that position. Other than that, I don't think we have to go all the way down. I think that you're through, the gaposis is done after the driveway begins to skinny up and parallel the property. Right, yeah, right there, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, I think I could find PDA next time they come back for that. And I appreciate the additional landscaping areas that they provided, and I would support the 2-foot planter along the south instead of the 5-foot. And I think the planting does provide privacy from the hotel. And I appreciate them walking us through the drainage and understanding of the existing wetland. And I think the fencing is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I would agree with Ms. Anderson. However, I do feel that Mr. Black's comments regarding the species of trees selected should be taken to heart. And add 1 or 2 along that railway line to fill in those gaps. So this is here for concept only today. So I would make a motion for continuance back to the full board. Is that where it's going, or do we need to go to PC for a modification?
It needs to be continued to Planning Commission,
Okay.
so, and definitely continue it to Planning Commission.
Okay, and I heard maybe one board member talk about the 2-foot setback along the fence line. Would it be helpful to do a straw vote for how many board members could support that?
Chair Moore, I think that would be helpful because I believe that's a formal waiver, and so we'd like to get that on the record.
Before you vote on that, there was one piece of design evidence I'd like to mention in that one item.
Okay.
If that's possible.
Quickly?
Yes, very quickly. Because we have a second driveway access, the alignment of getting the cars in here, that really does push all these parking stalls as close to the fence as possible. If these were to go out the full 5 feet, getting the drive access in there would push this drive in and kill that existing tree. So that was one consideration.
Okay, thank you. So let's take a straw vote for how many board members can support the reduction in the planting buffer along the railway tracks to the proposed 2 feet depth.
Can we discuss this first?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a quick discussion.
My observation is I'm not sure that you can get the density of trees in a 2-foot space. You have these little pop-outs on the parking stripes, and so unless you provide those little pop-outs, if you will, on the other stripes, maybe that would work, I guess, but I'm just concerned about,
Each tree has a pop-out.
yeah, the way you've drawn it. So, maybe it could be done. I'm just concerned about your ability to plant the number of trees that would be required to screen it properly. That's my thinking, so,
Each pop-out coincides with one of the compact stall spots.
yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, before you
Yeah.
ask your question, so for the applicant, the canopy size you're showing here, at what year after planting would these trees reach that size?
Estimate about 15.
And pointing out, too, that I've suggested that they not use the catalpa because it is a deciduous tree.
So depending on whether we put in a sycamore or something that does grow a little bit quicker.
Yeah, which is also deciduous.
It's
of
also
course.
deciduous. Yeah, you got me there.
Yeah.
Tall, but.
We're open to the species if
Well, just look for something that's upright and evergreen,
yeah.
I would suggest.
Okay,
I
so.
believe the Brisbane box fits that. It's more columnar, is my
I would agree.
understanding.
I would agree,
So the oak would be a little bit slower.
definitely, and not upright
Yeah.
necessarily.
Evergreen elm, something like that.
Or you could start with the larger
Yeah.
box size.
We'll come up with something.
Okay.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, so Mr. Black, with our discussion, did we cover everything or do we need to chat some more about it?
Well, I would go along with how about 3 feet? 2 feet, you can't do much in 2 feet. But I'm not looking for, obviously, a lot of planting on that side in 2 feet, but I just want to make sure that you've got enough adequate opportunity to plant additional trees along there in your 2 feet, but.
So for instance, are you saying that you want an additional tree between space 12 and 13?
Oh, yeah, yeah, I think the density needs to be increased, certainly.
Okay,
What I see here is probably not adequate, particularly with the catalpa, so.
okay. Is it possible to add the little triangles between, for instance, space 12 and 13, for example, a full-size space?
To add another tree or to?
The little triangle cutout.
Yeah,
I guess I'm not understanding because we have a triangle at each tree.
I mean,
If you're wanting to add additional tree, yes, I believe we can.
okay. Then I'd say, okay.
so they could work with 2 feet if they add additional. Okay, so let's modify the vote to say how many board members can support the 2-foot landscape buffer along the railway fencing if the applicant adds additional screening trees.
Chair Moore, before you vote, what is the narrowest dimension shown on the drawing? What is that width, say, shown at space 13?
This would be 2 feet.
That's 2 feet.
Yeah, so you're gaining another 2 feet, so for total 4 foot when you get to a pop-up.
At a point. Okay,
At a
thank
point.
you.
And then, under further discussion, as you move farther west,
Yes.
there's an area that I pointed out earlier, see where there's just big gaps.
Yeah, we can alter where the
But
light is.
that you can widen, yes?
Yeah, we could put another pop out here and then move the light over. That's
You need a pop-out? I mean, there's no parking there, or what is that area intended for?
storage, so the only benefit would be the pop out would allow for more landscape area, unless you're asking for this offset, essentially.
To me, the important thing is just to be able to get the trees, so. And I'm sure that your landscape architect can, or you can determine whether or not the space is large enough for the species of tree that you're proposing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would rather finesse this vote to say that, well, I would not support a waiver of the 5-foot requirement except along those 19 spaces where the rationale is to save the street tree.
Okay, I mean, it's an additional, what, like 40, 50 feet of area? I don't know. I mean,
Well,
to me, if they're able to.
along with that is a revision and a densification of the spacing and of the type of species to provide a continuous, significant, dense hedge. And I don't think it can be accomplished in 2 feet, and I'm allowing them to do, or would allow them to do an exception with these triangles at the appropriate spacing at the parking.
Okay, well, then why don't you craft that into a motion, please?
Okay. So I would make a motion for an indefinite continuance to the Planning Commission with the following comments. The board appreciates the response to previous reviews regarding additional landscaping and increasing fence densities and heights. That the board feels that the 5-foot minimum requirement for planting width along the southern border should be maintained, except for in front of the 19 parking spaces, at 20 parking spaces due to the reason of configuration to save street tree, and to increase the triangular pockets between the parking spaces to double them or decrease the spacing of the trees to accommodate a species and spacing that will accomplish a continuous opaque tree hedge the length of the southern property line. Make sense? Now, we can go further discussion, but if I have the floor, we would like to see a bit more depth, at least 2 to 3 feet of the planting in front of the Carlos Cesar Chavez frontage, and would like to see some opaque fence returning on the northern property perpendicular to Calle Cesar Chavez for at least the extent of the angled driveway.
Can you clarify whether that 2-foot planter is on the private or public side of the fence?
Public.
Okay.
I'll second under discussion. I feel like we should be consistent with what we ask along this road. And if we had them do 18 inches before, I feel like 18 inches is satisfactory here.
I reviewed the previous minutes and videos, and we did not, we never did bless 18 fully. We asked for more.
But we
Along
approved 18.
No, we commented and had in our comments that there should be more depth to the planting in front of the wall at Cesar Chavez.
On the neighboring property? That's what I'm talking
Are
about.
we talking right here?
E-
The adjacent.
Yeah, I'm sorry, on the adjacent project that we previously approved.
Oh,
I just feel like we should be consistent.
I get it. I understand.
Anyways, I guess.
Well, that's subject to discussion.
Okay, well, you two are the maker and the seconder of the motion, so it's your motion. I mean, I personally feel that it should be consistent with what's been previously approved. So, but how does everyone else feel?
I would agree with that.
I would as
Consistency.
well. Yes, agreed.
Would you be willing to change?
I will reluctantly withdraw that request.
Okay. We should probably read this motion back.
Yes, thank you. As it stands before that change, as I'm not sure where that change is exactly, it's continue indefinitely to the Planning Commission with the following comments. The board appreciates the response to previous review regarding additional landscaping and increasing the fence densities and heights. The board feels the 5-foot minimum requirement for planting width along the southern border should be maintained, except for in front of the 20 parking spaces due to the reasonable configuration to save the street tree, to increase the triangular pockets between the parking spaces, to double them or decrease the spacing of trees to accommodate species and spacing that will accomplish a continuous opaque tree hedge the length of the southern property line. Would like to see more depths, 2 or 3 feet of planting on Calle Cesar Chavez frontage, and would like to see opaque fence return on the northern property perpendicular to Calle Cesar Chavez for at least the extent of the angled driveway.
Yes, the second to the last comment would be dropped, the 3 to 4.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify that the 5-foot waiver is only relative to the actual parking spaces. There's not a requirement for 5 feet beyond those parking spaces. So just for clarification.
So we should clarify then that that the waiver is for those that we
Perhaps there's a trade-off.
would find it acceptable to waive the requirement in back of the 5 spaces and to what am I trying to say? And add width to the balance of the southern property line to establish the continuous hedge.
So that would just be amending.
So is the maker of the seconder okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Are we happy with the motion? Okay.
You want to read it back? Or one last thing? If these could be generally part of the motion as well, I know that you expressed supportability of these, but this is important for Planning Commission. as
So
well.
in preliminary fashion, we find that the project is complies with the project compatibility findings as it is consistent with the design guidelines of the location of the project, especially as there are no structures. And number two, it is compatible with the architecture character of the city and neighborhood as this is not applicable. And neither is number three, the appropriate size maximum scale is not applicable. Number four, there's no adjacent landmarks or historic resources adjacent. And number five, there are no public views of the ocean or mountains affected. And there is, with careful review of the amount of landscaping at the perimeters, there is appropriate amount of landscaping.
Okay, well, let's take our vote.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'll take the roll call vote. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
Yes.
Board Member Noon?
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take a 2-minute break? Can we take a 2-minute recess?
Yeah, of course.
Reopen our meeting? Yep, okay. Move on to item 3, which is 302 and 308 West Montecito Street. This is a proposal for a 3-story development consisting of a 31-room hotel and a 1,546 square foot commercial space. The project includes 45 vehicle parking spaces, 11 bike parking spaces. Vehicle parking is also provided for the hotel annex proposed at 311 West Montecito Street. The project includes demolition of 4 residential units, an office space, and a merger of the 2 lots. Project received development plan and transfer of existing development rights approvals by the City Council on December 17th, 2019. Project design approval is requested. Project requires compliance with the project compatibility findings and resolution, and was last here April 23rd of 2018. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing.
Chair Moore, that
Yes.
last
Is not
sentence.
correct?
That is a typo.
Incorrect, yeah. It's a
Okay.
typo, essentially.
Okay, so scratch that. Project requires compliance with the compatibility findings and the urban design guidelines. Okay,
I have a question for staff on that. What part of what sentence wasn't correct? Was it the date of the last hearing?
No final appealable decision.
Oh, sorry,
There-
thank
That
you.
whole section
Yes.
can be ignored.
they
I
can
do
get,
have another question for staff when it's appropriate.
they can receive project design approval today.
Okay. Well, it was last heard, we're 1 month short of 5 years from the last presentation. As I understand it, there were 6 other presentations. While I could find the minutes for April 23rd, I could not find any documents. And there's only one person on the board then as now, so it's as if it were a new project in many regards to everyone but Chair Moore, who's seen it before. Could you bring us up to date?
Yes, Chair Moore, board members, so I was going to give you a rundown of what has happened since last time, so I'll do that. So as you know, back in April 23rd, 2018, the ABR reviewed the project. It had been before the ABR numerous times, but they had come back and substantially revised the project at that point. ABR continued it to the Planning Commission with positive comments. So it went to the Planning Commission August 15th, 2019, and at that point, the Planning Commission did deny the project. And the reasoning was that, and I'll just summarize, excuse me, a greater need for housing than hotel rooms, and that the project eliminates 4 existing rental housing units. So that was a concern of theirs. And also the modern style of architecture of the building is not appropriate for or compatible with the neighborhood. So the owner appealed the decision to the City Council, and then on November 19th, 2019, the City Council reviewed the plans. They didn't take any action, and they asked the applicant to come back again, which they did the following month, and they asked them to address 3 items. One was the mass, bulk, and scale of the project as it relates to the surrounding area, the compatibility of the architectural style of the surrounding neighborhood, and to address the replacement of 4 existing apartment units. So the design team went back on December 17th, 2019, and City Council reviewed these revised plans. They included a reduction in size and mass and scale. The architectural style was changed dramatically, and the owner offered to provide 6 off-site housing units. So with that, the City Council did approve the project. They upheld the appeal on a vote 7-0, approved the project, the development plan, transfer of existing development rights, and the project as proposed. So that is the latest on that. So they're back to you today for project design approval. It's essentially a revised project because you have not seen, no one has seen on this board at a hearing this architectural style. So it would be considered a revised project. This was noticed, of course, because it's asking for project design approval. And if you have any other questions, I'm here to help.
Thank you for that rich and colorful history.
So I have a question of staff. It's a revised project. So does that mean all previous So we're not looking at substantial conformance between what is now presented and what was approved.
Not from your standpoint. So you're looking at
As a new
essentially a new project.
As a new project.
And there's history, but it's a new design, new style. So you can look at it from that standpoint. But it does have city council approval for the land use.
For the hotel land use,
Yes.
but not
So-
for mass bulk and scale or,
Well, they did comment on that. It was reduced, so they give their approval of the mass bulk and scale. But you, again, your purview at this point, just like any project that went to planning commission, comes back to you for PDA, it's essentially the same. If that makes sense.
yeah, so we do not have to follow the advice of the planning commission in regards to mass bulk and scale.
Correct. It went up on appeal to city council, so you look at the project that city council reviewed and approved, and then they've made some minor changes to that, and that's what we're looking at today.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Everyone crystal clear now? All right, if you could introduce yourselves.
Chair, more board members, my name is Noah Greer. I'm here with On Design as the architect to represent the project.
Jarrett Gorin, planner with Vanguard Planning.
And Sam Maphis, landscape architect with Earthform Design.
Okay. Take it away.
So we're in an awkward position of presenting to your board a style for a project totally different from what your board previously approved. So please bear with me as I run through the project. I understand that many of you have not seen it at all. I've had some of my own personal problems uploading adjacency and neighborhood context exhibits. So rather than burying a lead, I'm going to start by launching into an elevation comparison, and then we'll discuss a bit about the neighborhood afterwards.
Chair to the applicant, do you mind just hitting that little tab, sorry, on the computer itself, on the plans? Just, yeah, it makes it easier for the people at home to view as well. Thank you.
Okay, basics of the project are 31 suite hotel with a lobby and cafe on the ground floor at West Montecito and Bath Street. It's part of it's the primary hotel. There are two annexes, one of which your board has seen at 311 West Montecito between Castillo and Bath. And there's also 328 West Montecito, which is being reviewed by HLC, the corner of Castillo and West Montecito. So back in April of 2018, this contemporary design was reviewed by your board and forwarded to hearing with your blessing. As part of the series of appeals, ultimately the project that was approved by City Council was the one we're seeing here. And this is the West Montecito, the primary elevation, let's say. What we're bringing before you today is a very slightly modified version of that. And I'll discuss the logic of that as we continue. But I'll do my best to put them both on the screen at the same time so your board can see the minimal nature of the changes. The overall area of the hotel was reduced very slightly from what was approved. There were some minor adjustments to plate heights that the board members will be able to read slightly here. First floor plates typically increased approximately a foot to walk the tightrope between accommodating flood levels, structural assemblies, and clearances that we needed, especially when it comes to the parking garage, which we'll see later. The second and third floor plates were initially 9'3". As approved by the City Council, we've reduced those to 9'1" in an attempt to keep the massing as similar as possible to what your board reviewed previously. Okay. Now we're turning the corner to the west elevation. This is an inward-facing elevation that faces the rehabilitation facility. And, excuse me, what your board initially approved at the top, what City Council approved in 2019 in the middle, very similar version to that currently proposed at the bottom. Though we are seeing into the parking garage at the center here, those are simply openings. This is not a drive aisle or anything like that. Second floor above are all hotel units. Okay, looking at the north elevation, which faces a commercial property that does have some residential units on it. What was approved at the top, what the city council approved at the middle, and then some slight changes you see at the bottom. There's some slight changes to accommodate some different stair designs slightly, and great pains were taken to maintain, to minimize the height of this elevation at the north side, to maintain voluntarily solar access compliance for the neighbor to the north. It's not required when you have a commercially zoned property, but it's something that was important to the design. Okay, now we're looking at the elevation on Bath Street, so sort of our second primary elevation. And looking at what the city council approved, on the left would be West Montecito, and that's where the cafe is located with those big storefront windows. And then you're seeing the primary entrance and exit to the parking structure on the right. Then at the far right, at the northerly property line, you're seeing we have a pedestrian gate and entry back there. Okay, so this elevation starts to talk about some of the changes that were necessary. They're minimal in nature, but it was quite a bit of a tightrope to walk design-wise. We, in the intervening years, quite frankly, did a lot of work on how the structural systems could work and what our minimum depths were, et cetera. And ultimately, we need to provide an ADA van access to this area. And so we've landed on an 11-foot plate at the parking garage as sufficient to accommodate structural beams and infrastructure below that while still providing our ADA van access. Okay. Jumping into the plans. West Montecito is at the bottom. Bath Street is on the right side of this plan. This is the existing site plan. The existing commercial and 4 residential units to be demolished are shown here. The site is currently 2 lots. We have a proposed voluntary lot merger. The existing structures and paving would be demolished in their entirety. The proposed site plan here, you're seeing along West Montecito Street. This is the hotel lobby and cafe that we'll see in plan. The majority of this first floor is parking structure, including loading, accessible at-grade parking spaces, et cetera, and a 3-story car parker. As we'll see later in the landscape plan, we're proposing adjacent to the cafe, wrapping the corner here, seating, cafe seating. Okay. Understanding this is a bit small, just very quickly, at the site corner we have the cafe and cafe seating, and then at the center and to the left we have the majority of the lobby space. Between the lobby and the parking structure we have an open-air garden that expands as we move upward through the building, as we'll see. Now we're stepping up to the second floor. Second floor is entirely units with 1 exercise room you're seeing here near the center. That was relocated from the floor above down here, so you don't have to listen to a treadmill all day while you're staying in the unit below. There were, as part of our solution to maintain our solar compliance at this side, at the north side of the property, we needed to incorporate a level change on the next level, and that's why we have some sort of dead space here that enables us to sink these 4 units down a few feet from the rest of the units on that level. You're permitted to have a non-accessible access to a limited percentage of your hotel units, and that's what we're using there. So we're now at the 3rd floor. It's you're seeing primarily the units, the elevator at the front, primary circulation there. And I hope you can also read that the building is stepping in substantially, especially at that northerly property line, but even on the east and west as we go up the floors. Here we're on the roof plan. And most important thing to note here is that we have our elevator, which we've kept to the minimum height possible while still accommodating the equipment, and our access out of the elevator to a roof deck that faces on Bath. Okay, I want to quickly touch on the sections. This section is cut with the north property line at the left, West Montecito on the right. You're seeing the 3-level car parker at the north property line, and although it's barely visible here, you're seeing our compliance with solar height. Voluntary compliance, I should say. And here you're seeing that the level change where in order to accommodate that, we have this sort of step in the levels here that happens. So in the city council approved plans, they had a 10-foot plate called out at the Parker. We simply were not able to make that work structurally, and that's why we went 11 there and then made the adjustments to this portion of the building to maintain solar compliance. And then ultimately, as we carry that floor level over, we have a 13-foot plate at lobby check-in in the cafe. Okay. Above that, we previously had a 9.3 plates on the second and third floor. The city council approved. We've reduced those to 9.1, as I mentioned earlier. You're also seeing here that open-air courtyard that separates the lobby from the parking, and the fact that it is, in fact, open air and expanding as we go up. Okay. Now I'll touch on the elevations, starting with West Montecito. Yikes. Okay. Very quickly, on the left here, where we have the large storefront windows, those open onto the lobby. And then we're framing the main entrance with nice big wood doors, a sandstone sort of formal entryway, and then to the right of that, we have the cafe, which has these big storefront windows that wrap the corner and address the sort of street front cafe seating that we have. Stylistically, we were pushed in this direction explicitly by City Council, and I would say, obviously, it's Spanish. The intention was that we pick up on some HLC detailing without going overboard in that direction, such that our 3 hotels bear a relationship to each other. One of them is in El Pueblo Viejo, and the other 2, we want to bear an appropriate relationship to that one. All right. Okay, here we're looking at the north property line. We intentionally left out windows and stepped the building back substantially at this elevation. There were some concerns from the neighbor about solar access and privacy, et cetera. And that's how we landed on the proposal you see before you. So these balconies are set back behind the Parker facade there. All right. Okay, I'm just going to wrap up by looking here at the Bath Street facade. I don't know that I need to explain too much more, other than here you're really seeing how we're just sneaking under that solar compliance line there. Okay, very quickly we'll take a look at the proposed materials, some of the details. They're classic Spanish. They're not completely overboard, but as you'll see with some of the fixtures and materials, the intention is to push it just slightly in an El Pueblo Viejo direction, again, so it relates to the other plans, or to the other projects. Okay, all that said, I think I'll hand it off to Sam to talk about the landscape plan.
Thank you, Noah. Excuse me. So again, to kind of stage the setting for you, the Bath Street, there are existing Metrosederos street trees that are quite large. They're very established. That creates very nice layering from the street. We have parkway planting that represents the Mediterranean sustainable styling of the architecture, and we can get into the planting a little bit in a while. The cafe has got a boundary of planters that create a separation between the public sidewalk and the more quiet activities of a sitting cafe. The planter picture is an example of colored ceramics or Corten, but that might be too modern. So the idea is that we have some plantings that separate the guests in the cafe in their interior experience versus the streetscape. On the Montecito Street side, we have a substantial jacaranda tree presence for the street tree that goes all the way down from Castillo to Bath and beyond towards the train station. So we're going to be replacing and adding one street tree, which is the more graphically shown one. The one that's more typically a cloud is our existing jacarandas that remain, and they're kind of framed nicely with our entry. We will be putting in plantings that are more subtropical and Mediterranean in styling. The palms shown on either side of the more classic stone entry would be something like a Chamaerops humulus or a Butia pindo palm to create some more subtropical Santa Barbara Spanish feel. We also have king palms that are shown in the elevations on the west side moving towards the corner. The southwest corner has got king palms. On the southeast corner, there's an existing Washingtonia robusta, and it's actually a double trunk and very substantial base, so we're leaving the cafe patio to be built around that very strong existing vertical statement that is in and on the property now, so that is remaining on the property. Along the west side, we are creating palms and foiling the openings of the parking lot with some depth to the property line with the property line fence and vines. We're also around the parking garage creating canopy trees. There'll be more medium-sized trees to kind of baffle or layer that area towards the north and the west property lines. There'll be something like olive or Leptospermum petersonii or stenocarpus, the firewall tree. So those will give a volume up in the 20 to 25-foot height, which I think will give it a more human scale along those adjoining property lines. Along the back, we have things like the giant bird of paradise to give it, again, a more green and residential and nicer feel to that northern neighbor. So I've kind of wrapped the building. In the interior courtyard, we again have a green atrium space that is really appreciated from the cafe and from the lobby and from the parking lot. There's a little bit of greenery inside the parking garage that would have the same kind of chamador as I mentioned in the other project.
We
that
jumped to
would take
the
deep
roof,
shade.
sorry. Is there-
And things like Sansevieria that would be in the deep shade. We do have a roof garden, Chair Moore. That garden deck has a working kind of for the guests bar area that's on the south end against the mechanical building. It would have bar seating, there would be bar tables. We also have 2 fire pits, one in the northeast corner and one against the west wall. Those create some seating groupings that I think will be very nice for the guests at that level. The views to the Riviera, the views to the mountains, and throughout kind of the cityscape of the buildings throughout the downtown is quite handsome, so we feel that that'll be a very desirable place to be. So there'll be pots up there, and there'll be green space, and
Great.
it gives you a little idea.
Okay.
May I quickly touch on a couple changes that I missed describing, which are looking at our site plan. I should say, firstly, the site is almost 19,000 square feet in size. Some changes since City Council. There is now an additional car space available. The automatic parker hasn't generally changed in size. It just accommodates an additional car. And I should mention that some of the spaces provided within this parking garage serve 311 West Montecito, the hotel annex.
Great.
Okay, with that, we can open public comment.
Thank you, Chair Moore. If anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item, perfect. Thank you. We have Bonnie Donovan. Bonnie, please go ahead and hit the button on the mic so that it lights up green, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay, been fighting this for a long time, and not until they brought Jarrett Gordon on did it even change for size, bulk, and scale and the design, and I appreciate it still large, but they have worked hard to try to do something. From the very first, when Keith from On Design walked the property when they bought it, Ed bought it, I showed him where the utility easement is and the back of our cottages. And they're proposing that they're gonna demo 2 of our walls, which is right on that area. And I'm still against that. Almost 2 years ago, we had a big fire on our properties caused by the homeless cooking their drugs. And it was 4-alarm, and there was no escape from inside our property. So how are my tenants that aren't tourists, they're residents, inhabitants of Santa Barbara, supposed to escape our property if there is one again? So I'm still willing, if we walk, just give it space and an exit to get out near your garbage. The exits from the back of their cottages is their bedrooms and the kitchen. And then the front is the door and the living room. Plus, what if we were to have a train derailment and the train tracks are right there? Where are we supposed to go? Way in the beginning, we told ABR and Planning Commission that they had plans and a plan for the annex of another hotel. And they told Planning Commission, everybody, oh, no, we abandoned that idea. So now you got 3 units you approved, no parking, that's 6 cars, which this doesn't have enough parking for the 31 rooms, the people coming down from Montecito, Castillo, and then this annex across the street, the staff. They have a bar and dining up on top they added. So that's another addition.
I'm sorry, that is 2 minutes.
Sad thing here is that I'm trying to protect my tenants in a crisis of housing. And if Ed's willing to sit down, I'm still willing to sit down. I just need the escape. Like I said, I appreciate what Jarrett did with the solar and everything else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any more speaker slips. We currently do not have any virtual participants. We did receive written correspondence from Missy Zaitzoff and Paulina Kahn, which was distributed to the board prior to the meeting. So back to you, Chair Moore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's close public comment and go to questions from the board. Ms. Anderson, do you want to start?
Sure. Okay, if we can go to the south elevation, right there. On the elevator tower, in regards to its structure and equipment, is there any opportunity to hip the roof to reduce the appearance of the height?
Ms. Anderson, I don't believe so, in fact, because we can see it in section, it's perhaps the best way to look at it. The intention there has always been to minimize the height there. And yikes. Now we have a very low parapet.
Okay.
With just enough space to accommodate that, the space for the equipment.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did it get taller than what was approved by City Council?
The-
It just
Ms.
looked like it in the elevations, that's why I was asking.
Ms. Anderson, yes. Once the research was completed on what equipment we were able to use there, yes, it did increase in size.
Okay. And then back on the south elevation. So now that the plate height increased, did you increase the door heights and windows as well, or did you keep those the same?
On the first floor.
First floor, yeah.
The
Sorry.
plate heights increased slightly,
Yes,
and there we increased the height of the storefronts.
You did, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, is there an opportunity programmatically to add windows left or west of the entry door on that south elevation?
Thank you for asking. It is a challenge there because that is where we have the reception desk,
Okay.
essentially. And we can look at that very quickly in the first floor plan. Essentially through here, but as I'm seeing it now, I think it's something I'd be happy to look at.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the north elevation, what is the material of the railing or balcony at those rooms that face the freeway?
On our north elevation,
Yeah.
this is all plastered guardrail, essentially.
Okay, all right. And then if we can go to the roof plan, is there an opportunity to include perimeter planting or planters like you're doing in the cafe on the first floor?
Is the question on the roof plan to have perimeter planters?
Yes.
On this, on the deck, there certainly is, because we have potted plants kind of throughout. We're going to be having trees and plants. We can line that area with some planting.
Okay.
The potential is there.
Okay. And then are those solar panels or are those skylights to the left?
Those are solar panels.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Vice Chair Six?
So I have a couple questions for staff first. When the previous project was reviewed, and I know we're not supposed to go into number of parking spaces and so forth, but parking and the ability to park and the adequate parking does influence the overall mass of a building on a particular site. So I'm going to go there. There was a lot of questions, and at one point of one of the reviews, the DART process was not complete, and there was a lot of questions on operation, having additional parking for employees. At that time, it was entertained, the applicant said there would be no hotel staff. So were all these previous questions regarding the operations and especially the appropriateness of the amount of parking fully vetted and fully vetted now for this proposed project?
Chair Moore, Board Member Six. So yes, they're meeting all the parking requirements per the zoning ordinance. Also, though, they are located, well, it's one space per hotel unit, except for some that have the kitchens, they require more, I believe. They have some of those. But they are in the AB 2097 area. They haven't requested us to look at that, but they could potentially
Who's they?
not, the applicant has not. You may be aware of that, the parking requirements for certain areas of town are no longer applicable. So,
That's for housing, correct? Not for...
and it's commercial as well, but it's not for hotels. I know you're not asking that question, but they could ask for that, and we'd have to review it. But they meet the parking requirements, is the short answer.
To zoning, but perhaps
Yes.
maybe there's still a question on actual operation and amount of employees required and so forth, correct?
This has been fully reviewed with transportation planning staff through the whole process
So
all
the
along. So
DART
we don't have any
process-
concerns
Okay,
about the
very
parking.
good. Thank you. And was the city council in their approval aware of the annexation, the combining of the annex across the street and so forth? And does that play a significant role in the history and the planning commission's approval? The city
don't-
council's approval?
I'm trying to think of the timing. I don't believe it was proposed at that time. It wasn't brought up at the hearing. It wasn't a project that was submitted yet for review. In
So it doesn't change-
2019,
So
I
the
don't think
addition,
so.
so the addition of the annex doesn't change the complexion of the status in the approval history?
No, so they were proposing 3 extra parking spaces on this site. So the 311 West Montecito project will use those 3 spaces. They'll also use some of the back of house, I believe, as well. So, but to answer your question about that, City Council did not take into account the other project.
Okay, thanks. But it doesn't change the complexion of the history.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. So, can you compare the setbacks? I think there's changes between the setbacks. This is to the applicant now. There is a change in the setbacks between the city council approval and this proposal along Bath Street?
I don't believe so.
So
We
the
can,
first-
we can confirm that by looking at the site plan that was approved by
So
city council.
I noticed, I thought, I saw one plan anyway, that the previous project did not have this 10-foot setback for the first portion of the building along Bath. Is that correct?
I think there's a lot of different plans flying around here, but the original project approved by this board had substantially less setbacks than the project that was ultimately approved by the city council. So that may be the difference that you're seeing
Okay.
there.
So, okay, I understand.
The setbacks that are
So-
proposed are the same that were approved by the city council.
So the city council demanded further setback and was responded.
We proposed that. They didn't, that didn't come up at city council.
That's fair. And I think, Ms. Anderson, the elevator appears so tall because it's serving that roof deck, correct?
That is correct.
And there's no other,
And there's a requirement, a minimum
oh, yeah.
requirement for
I know,
putting it back up.
yeah. And, so if I'm to understand, there's, if we go to plans, second and third, so surrounding this exercise room and down the exercise, this is all exterior courtyard type stuff?
Correct.
And the reason for that, rather than interior corridor to reduce the mass on the outside, is just by the nature of the desired ambiance of the place?
That's correct. And I would say the location is wonderful. There's a lot of energy in this part of the city. There is still, however, as was mentioned in public comment, some concern with vagrancy, et cetera. There was some desire to keep the circulation internal to the site accordingly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Just one more question. I think on the section where you were explaining the lowering of that one floor around the, yes, right there, the lower one. So we look at the exercise room, and then there's a void. Is that what I'm trying to say? Your head heights for your car parker are at a minimum on the very top car?
That is correct, Board Member 6.
So that's an absolute, you can't go any further down because of the rules and logistics of the car parker.
Exactly.
Okay,
The
thank you.
product. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Black, any questions?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Mr. Noon, any questions?
None.
Mr. Whalen?
Well,
Questions?
that advanced quickly. Yes, I do have a few. Thank you. First, I want to declare I had an impromptu ex parte discussion with Bonnie Donovan at about 2:30 this afternoon when I was walking the site. First of all, how does this Parker work? It holds, what, how many, 18 cars?
More than that, Board Member. I believe I included spec sheets on it.
I'm less
Yeah,
concerned
so
with-
the long and the short of it is that it's a fascinating structure.
Right,
That
you
that
got me.
literally jigsaws The
Jenga.
the cars back and forth, yes.
But it's 3 levels, so somehow you drive into the back and it either goes up and I can't quite picture how all that works.
Correct.
But the
I can
total-
explain it.
Total capacity, that's not worth it.
Okay.
Total capacity is, what, 18 when it's all full?
32.
32 when the whole thing is
Yes,
full.
and that accounts for having some voids as needed to Jenga around.
Yes, you would need that. All right, thank you. I'll remain fascinated because I don't really understand. Yes, it's totally Jenga. Let's see here. There's only one elevator, so all guests and all services, all the dirty laundry and all the are going to go through one elevator.
That is correct.
Okay. Good luck. And what is the height of the parapet? It was hard to see on your elevation. I'm sorry, I don't have which figure that is.
And may I ask, board member, do you mean the overall height from the
Well,
ground?
it was on one of your elevations. No, not the rendered elevation. Do you have the others? Yes, the ones above it.
I do have them shown in section.
See there, that one, you can see parapet is just listed, but the elevation is not given on the upper number 4 section.
Understood. Understood.
Well, the total overall height. I see. So what is that, 43.5? Thank you, Mr. Noon.
And to clarify, that's to our tallest parapeted
Right.
section.
And then your figure 12, oh, I think I just answered my question there, sorry. And, oh, yes, how do you get to the outdoor seating? It doesn't seem connected to the cafe.
Understood. One of the initial challenges we faced was initially we had a desire to completely open the elevation here at the street corner to address the seating. At this point, the access is through this service door here.
Okay.
And wait staff will walk through
I
that
figured.
door.
That was sort of self-evident. And then your figure number 22, it appears that the parking is open, that it's both on both ends. But you can see on the far left, on the property line, it appears that there's some kind of wall, if you can move your cursor over there. Yes, can you talk about that for a moment, please?
Yes, so that we have keynoted here as minimum 2'9" CMU wall. And I believe that was to make the grades work.
Yes.
That, you know what, excuse me, I misspoke. I believe that was at one point in the development of this project, there was a concern with runaway cars flying off into the adjacent property, and that there was a CMU wall incorporated at that point.
I really hate that when that happens, too. It appears you're going to have to do quite a bit of excavation here and fairly close to your northern parcel line. How deep do you anticipate going?
Thank you for asking, board member. I believe we go 7 feet, and I believe I have that dimensioned in my section.
Is that just your finished floor, or is that for the structural? Seems like you're going to have to do some sheet piles and...
That is just a finished floor, that is correct.
But you're going to have to get
There'll be footings,
down there.
foundations under that.
I'm sort of veering out of our ABR lane here. Could you show us where the trash and electrical transformers are on the plan?
Absolutely, those both open onto Bath Street, which maybe it'll be clear in this drawing.
What?
Okay, so we have primary entrance here. We have a trash enclosure located off the entry there, and then the transformer is here at that northeast corner.
So the trash is actually bins that are rolled out to them.
That is correct.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. This is in the flood zone?
It is, yes.
What's your,
Our base flood, I believe I have limit noted here It was part of the acrobatics involved in trying to pull the building down as much as we could while still satisfying that. So we have a finished floor of 22.8 at our parking garage, and we could come down to 20.7 at our lobby here.
Okay, so are you still, is that finished floor still below the flood level? Or how are you addressing that?
The lobby finished floor is below the flood level, but it's being addressed with the flood proofing and the floodgate things, yeah.
And we've accommodated storage on the exterior of the site here specifically to hold that.
Okay, which is one of the reasons that you are not opening the cafe up to that patio space. Most
Correct.
likely. Okay, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that
would be
good
nice.
point.
So is the transformer also at the correct height then, or does that need to be raised, or how does that jive with the flood zone?
I don't believe that's been explored to date. I'll look into it, and when we come back, we'll talk about it.
Okay. And then you indicate those little shapes back there that are note 43. What are those?
Backflow preventers.
Oh, okay. Any follow-up questions before we go to comments?
Sure, one, if I may. Could you address Ms. Donovan's comment about her existing walls that are on the property line that may be imperiled by your excavation?
Yes, and although I wasn't involved in any of those earlier conversations, that is what we're showing here. These are walls that are in fact inside our property, it appears here.
Ah.
We have a section here on the bath side and then here at the internal corner.
That's very illuminating. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to comments, please. Who would like to start? Anybody? Okay, great.
I think that since we just approved the one across the street, I feel like this is stylistically is appropriate. I think that the storefront could be studied to be taller and more proportional to the increase in plate height at the first floor. I think there could be an additional window left of the entry. I think additional detailing to the elevator tower would help to minimize its impact in massing. I think I'm not sure if that's a walkway, but right in front of that elevator on this elevation, I actually think it was more successful in the previous iteration with 2 columns instead of 1. So maybe look at that. And I think some additional perimeter planters on the roof would be nice. And those are my comments.
Thanks. Vice Chair Six. Comments?
Chair Moore, I appreciate the stylistic change. I was, the previous board, I think, did a disservice and was helped out by the Planning Commission to direct the style in a more appropriate type. I appreciate the fact that they're voluntarily giving solar access to the property to the north. But I resonate with what the Planning Commission said about this project being out of scale with the neighborhood, and I think that the previous board, with its approval of the even larger modern, was at a disservice to this community. I think this community is 1- and 2-story community, and three-story with a roof deck. This building is much too massive to be compatible with the neighborhood. And I think that we don't have to be limited in our extent that we would like to see this reduced due to, to our state housing limitations. We can see this much more radically reduced in its program, and I think that would be appropriate. I think one of the ways to do that would be to collapse all these interior courtyards to get significant setbacks from the street. I think that in order to fit the neighborhood, I could see the third story being no more than 50% of the story below. So I have a real problem with the mass, bulk, and scale of this project.
All right. Mr. Black, any comments?
I'd have to agree with those comments that Mr. Six just made. It's troubling. One thing that we didn't really see as part of this presentation was neighborhood photographs, did we? Did I miss something? So I don't really have a sense of the neighborhood based on this presentation, but.
You did not miss them. I was under the understanding they were uploaded and we weren't able to find them, so it's likely my mistake.
But we did see the project across the street pretty recently.
We did. Yeah, just down the street. So, I mean, stylistically, I think it's, it's a handsome project. I just, size, bulk, and scale, it's troubling for me. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Newton?
I would have similar comments to the style. I think that's moved in an appropriate direction. I would also add or reiterate what Board Member Anderson stated about the 2 columns versus the 1. And I would also add, I do like in the previous different heights at the eave of those 2 little shed roofs. But that's just a comment I noticed. But otherwise, I think it's appropriate.
Mr. Whalen?
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. Certainly the stacked parking, the Parker in the corner, has an impact on both the project and the adjacent project, the adjacent parcel that I have a great concern for, and that is the resulting blank wall that those residences they're actually old bungalow, motel, and it's actually 1 building, it's not 3 buildings, so there's a little bit of a drawing convention there. Let's see, as Member Anderson said, the elevator tower needs a great deal of attention and articulation to bring it into character of our Santa Barbara tradition of towers. As Chair Moore frequently points out, there are a number of examples on the boards around the room, and this one could use some attention. I would appreciate that the adjacent buildings, both to the north and the west, be shown on your sections and elevations, if nothing else, just a dotted line so that we can really judge that size, bulk, and scale, because I am inclined to join the rest of the board members thinking that this is out of scale for the neighborhood at 3 or 3.5 stories. I also wonder about the wisdom of balconies looking down on either a car wash or the adjacent housing, but I'm veering off my lane once again. The articulation of the building and Spanish colonial revival is perfectly acceptable. I wonder if the garden, the sort of atrium garden, is a bit of a token. I think it could be expanded and really pulled in a lot more light and actually be a central element of the building and give it its character, whereas right now you walk in and you see the back of the elevator tower. If one could see all the way into that garden and really pull all kinds of natural light, I think you'd have a better project. Handsome materials, and I think that's about all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess I don't necessarily have an issue with the size of the project. I think what they've done, I mean, it's a large site, first of all. I think what they've done is really set the building back and then carve away at it as the building comes up. I think relative to some of the large buildings nearby, there are very large buildings nearby. I think from what you would actually experience from the street wouldn't feel so massive. That's my perspective. I think having been on the previous design review board, when this project came before us, I think this stylistic approach is fine and is appropriate for the area. I think it could be pared back a little bit. I don't know that it needs, one of everything on it, so to speak. I don't know that it needs the scroll here and the pot on the pillar there and all of that. I think it could be simplified and just made quiet, and that would also help it disappear a little bit with its mass. I think one of the other board members brought it up. There are some large expanses of wall, particularly on the rear, which I think you could add some either faux windows or some sort of detail, small detail to provide some relief from that large expanse. And then on the cafe along the sidewalk seating there, instead of the planters there, I would encourage you to find a way to do some in-grade planting, and then maybe it's just a simple wrought iron railing to give you that enclosure, and get some planting up in front of it to kind of soften that.
That's a good idea.
And if there's opportunity for smaller palms or something to be intermixed in that, throw some shade in there as well, maybe. So those are my comments. So they could get project design approval today. It doesn't sound like the majority of the board is for the current mass bulk and scale, though, but I could be wrong. Any thoughts, discussion?
Did you want to take a straw vote? I didn't sense. Did you want to take a straw vote on that? I didn't sense there was an overwhelming majority.
Okay. Let's take a straw vote on how many board members could support the mass bulk and scale as proposed. Is that clear enough? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'll go ahead and take the straw vote roll call. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
No.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
No.
Board Member Noon?
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen?
Does it come down to me because I'm torn? I think Chair Moore makes some fine points about the setbacks. When I look at the materials as presented, that certainly lack some of the context that you could have relayed. I'm sort of torn, so I'm going to say no.
It's a tie, so motion, fails. Thank you.
Close. Okay. So if we're not going to get there with PDA, it sounds like today, does somebody want to try and craft a motion that will get the board into some sort of consensus to allow them to move forward? For instance, how much change would it require to get the mass, bulk, and scale to be acceptable?
I consider myself pretty radical
You're off
off the scale here, so I would hope that somebody else could articulate a extent of reduction that would be passable and work.
Okay, so a question for Mr. Whalen. So not having some photography of the existing area and context, is that one of your?
No, it's not really the photography, it's how the drawings might show the context of the adjacent buildings. And I do remember now there's, on the Donovan parcel, there is quite a large building back there in the corner, leading to my wishy-washiness on this issue. But as to the extent of the reduction, that's a tough one. Would it be a percentage or a number of rooms, or we can't even get into that, can we?
Well, let's do this. Would the applicant prefer a continuance to come back with more information?
Yes, we'd prefer a continuance on this rather than somebody making a motion for,
10%.
arbitrary reductions and things. I think what Board Member Whalen's asking for would be helpful to the board evaluating this.
Okay. Okay, well then let's do that. I'll make a motion for a continuance back to the full board, that the board requests additional information regarding the surrounding site using photography, aerial images, documentation of the neighboring buildings on the proposed elevations to demonstrate compatibility with heights, etc.
Chair Moore, may I add that it would be good to have a overlay on top of the proposed of the original project that was approved? The modern one?
I don't think that's necessary at this point. I think they've moved past that.
Okay. I was just thinking the general mass, bulk, and scale.
Okay. And I don't know if it's within the realm of possibility, but is a 3D model possible? I think that would be very helpful, along with some of the context in the surrounding area. So,
Chair Moore, if I heard your motion, I could second it with a couple of additions, that the north wall be more articulated rather than blank, and that the elevator tower be revised in character to be more of a Santa Barbara style, along with the reduction of height, bulk, and scale.
okay, that's acceptable.
Could I make a discussion point on that north wall? Would landscaping be something that the board would find acceptable to soften that wall?
Well, they have landscaping.
They do have it.
They do. Yeah, we do have trees
Just
and
not
we do
shown on that
have
elevation.
things, that elevation is blank, but there are trees in the foreground.
Yeah.
If we could draft that to a point where it'd be more realistic to what we presented, that would be
Yep.
helpful. And then I do know that there was streetscape created graphics along Montecito Street to show comparisons in terms of size and bulk, that
Long
this
time
building
ago.
was in
Yes.
compatibility to the neighborhood. So I think we can
Yep.
find
Okay.
some of those comparisons for you guys as well.
Well, I think the comment regarding the blank walls, though, there are some throughout, so I think that comment could still stand. It's a study those areas. Okay? Let's take our vote.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'll take a roll call vote. Chair Moore?
Yes.
Vice Chair Six?
No.
Board Member Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Black?
Yes.
Board Member Noon?
Yes.
And Board Member Whaley?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Vice Chair Six, if you can state your reasons for no, please?
I think there should be more extensive reduction in the mass, bulk, and scale. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to take a
So,
2-minute recess?
So the next item is scheduled to start at 5:30, but we've kind of already gone to the last item. And so on the agenda, we have an option. We can take a longer recess now. There is pizza waiting. And then we can just kind of get going for the last two items. So up to your discretion, Chair Moore, but if you wanted to take a longer recess now, that is totally A-okay.
What is the feeling of the board?
Well, I am not in favor of cold pizza.
Exactly. Okay, and Mr. Black, you need to leave.
I do.
Anyway, so,
And-
okay, so I guess we'll recess now for the dinner break.
25 minutes recess, 20,
20 minutes. Let's do
20 minutes?
20.
Okay, so the board will reconvene at 6:20 PM. review. And we will open up item, oops, sorry. The meeting is not adjourned. We will open up 730 East Coda Street.
All right, this is a proposal, this is at 730 East Coda Street. This is a proposal for a 3-story apartment building, 5 units in total. Proposal includes demolition of all existing structures. Proposal includes rock terracing, a 350 square foot deck, a rear patio located at the backyard. Proposal includes 5 parking spaces. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. Project requires compliance with the project compatibility findings. So with that, if you'd introduce.
Before we go into
Staff
actual
has some things to say.
we just, the historic preservation officer or architectural historian wanted me to do a, what it means to construct next to a historic resource, so a really brief kind of PowerPoint presentation to remind the board that there are these guidelines, both the historic resource guidelines and also these guidelines within the ABR's guidelines as well. So the City Council adopted the Historic Resource Design Guidelines in 2021. These are tools for the board members and applicants to create compatible infill. So Santa Barbara Municipal Code Section 2268-45B4 kind of goes into these topics. The design of the project is appropriately sensitive, adjacent federal, state, and city landmarks and other nearby designated historic resources, including city structures of merits, sites, or natural features. So it kind of specifically talks about new construction, right? So then you can go through some of these, like location, site design, orientation to the street. And these, again, are all laid out in the historic resource guidelines. So an important one is location and site design. So I think a good illustration is the preferred versus not preferred method. It kind of keeps your eye going down the street when the historic resource kind of lines up with everything that's already there. So design the setbacks in accordance with others street buildings. Again, orientation to the street. So the not preferred method down there, the building is rotated. The main entrance is not oriented towards the street. And basically, you want to maintain the traditional pattern in which the historic resources relate to the street. Roof forms, same thing as the previous two. You want to replicate the roof lines and the roof orientation to the street. So that's important as well. And you can see that in the image on the left. Height, again, a good example is the not preferred solution in those illustrations there. So height, again, maintaining consistency is something to be mindful of. And you can do traditional patterns, mass and scale, and stuff like that as well. Foundations and floor to ceiling heights. Regular patterns of foundations and floor to ceiling heights along a street and throughout a district help to create a sense of cohesiveness of character as well as balance and proportion. So new construction floor to ceiling heights should be consistent with the majority of the existing historic resources along the block. And then fenestration and doorways is also a really important one as well. So the design of new construction should have similar solid to void ratio of the facade. And again, that illustration down at the bottom, you see no fenestrations on the upper story. So you want to kind of have that harmonious feeling when you look down the street. Materials and details as well. Playing with that same theme, incorporating the materials similar to those traditionally used in the neighborhood of the historic districts. Avoid using diagonal wood siding, avoid aluminum, plywood, vinyl sidings. And so these all are in the guidelines. So this is a good case study. I don't know exactly which address this is, where this is located, but the 3 lots adding 26 rental units and parking. So that big building at the end, I'll hover my cursor over it, has a similar kind of height look to it, similar shaped windows, and it's really kind of evident in the next photo as well. So a lot of the post details are similar, same with the similarity across the street, and then going back to the other, it's the setback as well. So I think that pretty much covers it. And then these are actually in the ABR's design guidelines as well. So these kind of lay out what an infill project looks like. And this is more of like a point-by-point thing. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But that's the end of the presentation. So we can return to the applicant presentation.
All right, very good. So if you'd give your name for the record and your presentation.
Absolutely. My name is Kevin Moore, architect for the owner, and I have Sal Mendoza here as well.
Good evening, Sal Mendoza. Thanks for having us.
Owner of the property and developer of the property. I need to read this.
Oh, yes. If you may read that into the record. And I actually, let me take a look at it as well. Thank you. Okay, so this is sole proprietor since Kevin Moore is the chair for the ABR. He has to announce that he is the sole proprietor to this project. The city attorney's office has determined that the sole proprietors are allowed to prepare professional documents and make project presentations before a board they served on based on an expectation to the Political Reform Act and Fair Political Practices Commission's ruling. The limitation is that they are not to unduly influence their fellow board members on a decision by advocating for their clients. The exception allows board members to continue practicing their profession in the city while volunteering on a board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take it away.
All right. Thank you for seeing us this evening. Let's start with a little bit of an overview of where we are. So the project site is right across the street from Santa Barbara Junior High on East Coda Street. This is Milpas Street right here as it continues off the page. So just a block off Milpas and on the corner of East Coda and Nopal. This is East Haley right here. Go back. Zoom in a little bit more here. Project site again, on the corner. What we've done is we've tried to give the board a sense of the variety of mass bulk and scale already within the neighborhood. So all these parcels that are outlined in reddish orange are either 2 or 3 stories or have massing that is equivalent to 2 stories. So as discussed, across the street is the actual landmark of Santa Barbara Junior High. To the, I guess you would say the southwest, is a structure of merit that's kind of a tall single-story house that has an interesting facade. To the east, across Nopal, is a pretty large 2- and 3-story building, mixed-use building. I think it's there's a garage at the ground floor, and then offices, and then a couple of apartments on the 3rd floor. To the southish is a single-family residence with a garage, a very wide driveway. The residence is actually out here more towards the corner. This is their garage right here. Kind of diagonally down here, this is like a storage building. It's a pretty tall volume here. And that's kind of the lay of the land. So this area, as I said, the massing varies greatly from single-story all the way up to 3-story. Styles vary from a traditional Spanish colonial to American colonial revival. Can go down. Sometimes it's helpful to see the bird's eye view so you get a sense of the volumes of everything. Obviously, Santa Barbara Junior High is pretty tall, 2 stories. Here's that tall 3-story building across the street from us, and then those other large volume along Bond Street. And go to the next sheet here. Here's some context photos. So here is obviously Santa Barbara Junior High right across the street. Here is the project site in the current state. It has a pretty tall two-story house on it with a garage that was converted into like an apartment essentially at the back. And it has a site wall that runs around the perimeter of it. Just to the downtown side is 728 East Coda. Both properties currently share this driveway. The property line kind of goes right down the middle of it, and they each park in there right now. This house is the structure of merit. It has some nice detailing along the porch and the street-facing facade, and then there's been some additions and changes to it over time. This photo also shows the incredibly large and very mature street trees out in front. There's actually another one in front of our property as well. And then here's some other houses along East Coda, on Bond Avenue, Nopal. Here's that large three-story building across Nopal from this parcel. And then adjacent to that, there's a mix of uses here. There's another large, tall structures kind of mixed in throughout. Let's see, survey. We were fortunate enough to have a drone available when we were photographing our project that was recently completed over here. It's 2 and 3 stories, and this is on the corner of Nopal and Bond, so just a block away from this site. So we asked them to snap a few photos looking in this direction to give a little bit more detail about everything. So you can see this structure across the street, Santa Barbara Junior High, and then the context of kind of the volume of other structures in the area. Okay. Here's the existing site plan. So Nopal is down here at the bottom. Coda is here. The existing house is pretty fascinating. There's a lot going on. A lot of rock walls and kind of as-built features that the previous owner put together. So all of that is coming out. It's also part of a enforcement case to remove some dangerous structures and things like that. So, and as well as some planters that were built out onto the sidewalk area. And here's our proposed site plan. So let's talk a little bit about density first of all. So we're proposing 5 units on this 5,000 square foot lot. The AUD, it's in the CG zone, so it's a commercial district, commercial zone. It's in the AUD priority housing overlay. So technically, this site could have up to 7 units at averaging 827 square feet per unit. So we're proposing 5 units averaging 877 square feet, which is actually 100 square feet less than the max average allowed for 5 units. So although we do have 5 units, they're smaller than they could be. And including, if you were to include the garage square footage, this equates to an FAR of 1.17 for this lot. Sometimes it's helpful to have those statistics. As far as the site plan and massing, we tried dozens of configurations. Tried to leave the driveway here along the property line. We tried a driveway here. We tried all sorts of configurations. We found ultimately that what we felt worked best for this location was to try and put 2 units facing the main street, which in this case is East Coda, and provide a courtyard-like experience in between these two. Shift the car access to the site, which is currently up here, around to the less busy Nopal Street side, which allows us to double load that driveway and get some efficiency out of that. So we have 5 garages here they're oversized because of the maneuvering requirements to get the backup in and out, but it also allows us to get all of the necessary bike parking and trash and all of that hidden away, so we don't have a separate structure for that on the site. So the front 2 units are accessed through this courtyard. You come in here and here. The back 3 units are accessed along this pathway here, so it's separate from the drive aisle. So you come down here, and there's front doors here along this back pathway. The impetus for this courtyard is a requirement for a 15-foot by 15-foot common open space that has to be accessible to all the tenants, all the units, all of the time. So we felt that we could utilize that and take this design more towards a Spanish design, traditional courtyard feel, by utilizing that as a central place for mailboxes, some landscaped area, a nice fountain, that kind of thing. Let's see, we've also worked hard with the planning department to figure out how we can utilize the variable setback rule. So what we wanted to do is try to set the building off of this property line as much as we can. In order to do that, we had to take units A and B, shift them back from the minimum 5-foot setback. So they're now 7 feet setback from the Coda Street, which allowed us to shift units A and B towards Nopal Street by 2 feet, which opens up this possibility of having a planted area, an additional buffer along that property line. So through a lot of back and forth, we were able to do that. As we go up in plan, you can see how we tried to erode the corners here with outdoor spaces, so the building steps back away from the corners and the property line. As we go up again, you see that again. Let's zoom in there so you can see a little bit better. So here at this corner, this balcony sets back, allows the massing to really step back. So we're 9 feet there, 9 feet plus there, and we're pretty far back from this front property line at that point. Same thing on this corner. We've set this back. This unit will actually have the nice corner configuration, so they've got the nice views of the Riviera and beyond. Same thing over here, set back. Same thing over here, set back. On to the design and elevations. So we felt that the fact that we're across the street from the actual landmark of Santa Barbara Junior High, we felt that that was the dominant landmark in the area, and that we should defer towards that as a starting point for our design. We also feel that for larger structures like this, the kind of Spanish vernacular or Spanish revival style is more appropriate because of the size and the scale. Instead of trying to scale up more of a, decorated wood-sided design, we feel this is a more appropriate way to go. So you can see again how we've stepped the building back from the sides and from the front. Here's our little wrought iron gate to access the courtyard. Here are the elevations from Nopal Street. In the center, we have the drive aisle. And you can see how we've stepped this back here and up like this, trying to create some playful elements, some varying window sizes, some different colors, etc. Some kind of, little balcony, little vignettes that are charming in their own way. Let's see, let's go. Here's the south elevation. So this is that walkway where you access the 3 units. So we kind of come down this way and in and then up. Based on all of the setbacks, the car maneuvering requirements, by providing cars, we still have to provide the maneuvering clearances. That really drives the design and forces the massing to go up instead of spread out. And then here's our west elevation. So this dashed line is roughly the outline of the adjacent house. It is set back, if we go back to the site plan, it is set back a fair ways. So from our property line, we have a dimension 12'6" there, and then 8'6" at the closest point. But it is set back quite a ways, and they do plan on parking cars, etc., in there. This neighbor does. Getting back to elevation, so on that particular elevation facing the neighbor, we've tried hard again to get this building off of the property line as it relates to the structure of merit next door. We've gotten an additional 2 feet of separation. We've got additional setbacks at the front, so 7 feet instead of 5. You can see how we continue to step back as we move into the property, hopefully visually from the sidewalk or visually from the street. That will really recede into the background, and you really won't have the sense that this is 3 stories at this point because it is so far back. We've added, there are no windows along this wall facing the property next door. These are just faux windows, some to give it a little texture and make it, there's some history behind this. Those windows were filled in at one point, etc. We have been able to meet with this neighbor very recently after she wrote her public comment letter. And so we were able to meet yesterday and walk through some of her concerns. We completely understand where she's coming from, and we're willing to work with her to provide that privacy. So we came up with some ideas of how to do that here. She was mostly concerned with balcony situations and being somebody up here being able to look down into their backyard, which is here, and as well as here. So I think the next time we come and see you, we'll have some other solutions here that will hopefully satisfy her. I know Sal is committed to working with her to the extent we can to make her happy, and wants to be a good neighbor.
Yeah, she's a great person. She's willing to work with us, and she's excited about the improvements. She'd rather have something new than keep what's there.
Mm-hmm. Right. Just briefly, floor to plate heights, 9 feet as we go all the way up. Trying to keep it relatively short as we can, and I think that's everything for now.
All right, thank you for that great presentation. So with that, we will open public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. Starting with virtual participation. If anyone joining via Zoom would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands. I currently do not have any speaker slips. We did receive written correspondence from Lisa Zara and Paulina Kahn, which was distributed to the board prior to the meeting. So back to you.
All right, thank you. So we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for questions. Who would like to start? Mr. Wayland.
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. A couple of quick questions on our agenda description, Mr. Russell. It says proposal includes rock terracing. Is that correct?
I want to leave that up to, no.
It's being removed.
Yes, so I think what somebody did was copied and pasted the full description of the project from our
Sort of-
drawings.
It has that smell.
And didn't understand that that was part of the. two-year
Additionally,
road.
so there is no rear patio or backyard?
No.
That's a good clarification. Let's see. And on Cota Street, what is your setback, or where does the building sit, say, from the curb, if you can?
Oh, well, the curb, so we may have to do some math. So we're 7 feet back from our property.
How about this, Mr. Moore?
It's 12 feet back from the curb.
When you
plus-
compare it to the structure next door of Historic Merit, what's the delta there between their existing and your proposed building?
I'd say they're roughly
15
feet off
Okay.
of the property line, and we're about 7.
That's all I have. I share 6.
All right, thank you. Mr. Newton?
Yes, thank you. Can you maybe just scoot down on that, scoot up, I guess, sorry, on that sheet? You indicated that there was a drive between the two that was shared. And is that drive used by the adjacent owner for a vehicle?
It is currently, the house is being rented currently, and so they have, you can see the curb cut here from the driveway. The property line runs roughly down the middle of that, and they kind of wedge cars in there, and nobody's parking over here currently on this parcel.
Okay, and nothing beyond where,
That's right.
nothing beyond where I see the 8'6" dimension, nothing is back there.
No, there's some mature
Yeah.
fruit trees and other trees that take up that area.
Okay.
They're pretty tall, 15, 20 feet.
Yep, okay. You addressed the privacy here, we're gonna see that next time, so I won't bring that up. So, you're looking at, because we just saw a project a few doors down, that we pushed back pretty hard on size. It was 3 stories. I know we pushed them to make some changes in there. They were doing that, so I guess, how are you resolving the height of this with, if you look at the street frontage, everything along that street is 1 story until the end. And then obviously, like you indicated, you cross the street towards Milpas, it jumps up significantly, but,
Well, so your question is how does this jive with the context?
correct.
Well, number one, it can't. You can't do development and do it at 1 story to make this work. It doesn't fit, you can't fit the parking, you can't fit the number of units in there. So that's number one. Number 2 is that from what you can see here, although there are a number of 1-story houses along here, and eventually these 2, I believe, will become something larger. You can see the bulk of everything is much larger than that. We're very close to Milpas Street, which is a commercial zone, commercial character. This is all commercially zoned. So you have a really wide variety of mass, bulk, and scale within this neighborhood. And, in particular, you see this building, which is adjacent to that. This building, which is just behind ours, it's, and then our project here, it's pretty varied there. So I think while there are, like I said, while there are some single-story residences there, that isn't the true character. If you took a 5-minute walk around this neighborhood, you would see a lot more than just single-story homes. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration.
Okay. Thank you for that response. I think that's it for now.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
Can we go to the Coda Street elevation?
Sure.
Was there any study into not connecting them with a gate and making them look like two separate, I guess, more, more separate?
That's certainly something we could look at. I think the way we've depicted it here, where we've emphasized the area that's actually closer to the street, to my eye, it reads better if they are connected, so they don't look like sort of skinny volumes. But that's certainly something we'd be able to look at.
And then on the third floor, was there any consideration to lowering that plate height and maybe vaulting the ceilings?
That's something we could explore as well.
Okay. Yeah. My other question was about the rock terracing, so that's it.
That's out, yeah.
All right, so my only question is, the previous, down the block, had a lot of effort and was influenced radically by the base flood elevation. How are you affected by that, and what are you magically out of that problem?
I'm glad you asked. We are, fortunately, the edge of this flood zone kind of cuts through this property, but after the survey was completed, it showed that our finished floor was going to be above the base flood elevation, so we don't have to raise our floor in relationship to that at all.
Oh, that's great. All right. So we will move on. Oh.
Follow-up question, sorry. If we could go back to the first floor plan. I was just curious, there was some additional, it said like a living room next to the garage. Is that actually intended for a living room, or is that more like entry storage, or what is that space?
This is a function of having to get up above the garage
Yeah.
in a tight space. So there are some, like for instance, the corner unit, we're
I
able to
see.
do that quicker and
Mhm.
easier because of how the garage laid out relative to the car maneuvering spaces. But for the most part, like for instance, this unit, this is really, an entry point, and then you go up the stairs. Maybe there's opportunity for a home office or something like that in a space like that, but it's really transitory to get up.
And it's necessary for the program above, like that
Yes.
footprint? Yeah. Okay.
All right, who would like to start on comments?
Sure, thank you. First of all, Mr. Moore, I think you've done a very handsome design and solved a number of problems quite inventively. I appreciate how the proposed buildings fill out the site and respect the historic structure and next door to it in plan. My concerns would be what would that be? The west elevation, pardon me again, the panels, the implied windows could use some more attention or development. That whole face to the historic Merritt House could use some more attention. When I visited the site, I hadn't really fully realized that the proposal is taking away half the driveway. So when I looked at it, I thought, oh, there's plenty of room. But now that I see the drawings, I do have some concerns about the space between the historic building and it would be unit number 1. If you could go to that, north elevation there, it might be helpful to, if we were to see the actual outline of the house. I think the pitch is higher. It looks like you've measured the eave. And I know there are those very large ficus in there, which are going to be sort of impenetrable. But I am curious if there would be other ways to reduce the massing of Unit 1. That being said, I think this is such a handsome elevation, especially from how it acknowledges the junior high across the street, how all of the massings are set back. I think you've done that very, very carefully. Let's see if I had anything else. No, I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. News?
Yep, thank you. I agree that the architecture is very attractive. I think it's appropriate that you drew from the landmark across the street rather than, the adjacent properties down the street towards downtown. I guess in being consistent with, our position on the other referenced project is, would there be a way to, or I would encourage maybe looking at just reducing that volume closer on the front elevation, because we are closer to the property line than the adjacent property. As you indicated, it was maybe 15 feet from the property, and we're 7, or you're 7, I'm sorry. Maybe a thought to that. I guess I would also defer to the rest of the board if they felt that wasn't as important, because you have attempted to make those steps back. I guess I would maybe think it more appropriate and consistent if it was done on that at the first story, closer to the property line. Joining those two together, I think that is the right move. It does help that elevation, and again, I do commend the architecture. It's very attractive. So, thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I think studying reducing the plate height at the third floor could be helpful, and maybe vaulting that ceiling if that is feasible. I think studying the proportions of the windows would also help with specifically this Coda Street elevation. And I think there was a rendering that showed that connected gate where the roof is like sticking out. Anyways, I would just study how that all interacts and maybe not doing
Can we go to
clay
that
tile
where
there.
you're referring to, Ms. Anderson? Do you know?
Sure, yeah. And this is
Oh, I know, really rough. Yeah.
it does jet out more than we would want it to.
Okay. Anyways,
Yeah, that's
just
not
consider that.
Okay. Got it.
If you were to reduce the plate heights throughout on those first 2 units, it might help with your stair situation. And its relatability to your neighbor. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I think if this was not adjacent to a historic resource, I would confer and agree totally with all board members, what all board members have said. It's a handsome project. It's creative in its site planning. It has a nice solution, but this is adjacent to a historic resource, and I totally take a different. I have a different take on what context relative to historic structure means, and I take the guidelines that were given to us quite literally. And it speaks to maintaining the setbacks of the project from the adjacent historic resources. The other document, the historic guidelines resources, talk about a number of historic resources, establishing what there's consistent setback, a wall that should not be violated and imposed upon. It talks about, our guidelines talk about larger buildings should be stepped down in height as they approach the smaller adjacent historic structures. The design of the front should appear similar in scale with the adjacent historic resources and incorporate materials and colors similar to those traditionally used in the neighborhood structures. So, if this was not a historic structure issue, I would think this was a beautiful project. But I take what we're reading and our guidelines when we're against a structure of merit. We should take these quite literally, and quite the relationship between that historic building and the new building is quite an intimate comparison, and not a comparison with the overall general texture of the neighborhood broader. So I could not agree, I disagree more with this project, and it should reflect the literally and obey or conform literally to the guidelines that are put forth to us for new adjacent structures to historic structures of merit.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I'm reminded of our staff presentation about meeting the facade of the street, and it is very uniform. I walked it a couple of times, and again, perhaps it could come back down to just unit number one, acknowledging that, and somehow the others don't. But I would fully support Vice Chair Six's statement about respecting the guidelines for historic structures and adjacency. Now, as for colors and materials and imagery, it's a separate discussion, but certainly the setback should be addressed.
Can I say something about the setback and
Sure.
relationship to this project? In order to get the number of units that we have in this project, we would not be able to have that setback. So that leaves us with an issue of, I can understand the compatibility, the issues of incompatibility, but a requirement like that would
I understand that.
require the removal of a unit from the project.
Or more. I understand. I think the underlying question here is, does respect of historic resources trump the housing mandates and to develop this project to accommodate, more housing in the city? And without any other authorities from beyond this board, the way I read the guidelines, I think the historic resources trumps the housing mandates, and this should not be a parcel that would be developed in a standard way, and it should be severely limited to respect for verbatim the guidelines that were given.
Well, aside from the housing mandate, I want to commend Mr. Mendoza for taking this on, because that's a wretched mess now. And whatever the outcome is, has got to be an improvement. I would, however, support the historic guidelines. It would be a big exception not to, and I would love to give it an exception just to improve that entire neighborhood. But it's not clear to me what the decision should be.
Well, I think we should have I think I've rather strongly articulated my opinion. We should hear from the rest of the board so we can generate some kind of movement forward.
So are you, I guess I have a question to you, Board Member Six, because of the stylistic decision for this project, is compatible with a historic resource across the street and not next door. Are you okay with the style but not the size, or are you?
No, both style and size. The way I read the guidelines is quite literal.
Yeah.
And the graphics attached to those guidelines are quite specific, and they're very restrictive. Whether they were written at a time when we have new standards and new needs to maximize the value of a piece of property is a good question. But again, historic resources is beyond the demands and the needs and the economic realities of the times. And enough said.
I mean, just one comment regarding that. There is specific wording and verbiage in the state laws regarding historic resources, et cetera. And that has to do when you have a historic resource on the property that you're proposing to develop. Adjacencies and things like that are not a part of that law. And again, these are guidelines that were done some time ago, as you mentioned, and didn't have the benefit of the knowledge of some of these, the future laws that would impact our city.
Or for future economic realities.
Correct. So I'll say that we've done what we can to try and minimize the buildings. Like I said, the units are 100 square feet smaller than they could be. They're tight as is. And it would be difficult to squeeze much more floor area out of them and make this a viable project.
Understand. So what's the desire of the board?
Perhaps we should address these one at a time. Maybe see how the board feels about the setback first, and then maybe the material and style second. I think those are the two that I think.
To fair out. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, I think rather than a straw vote, which is crude, I think we should articulate our, each individual should articulate whether they go, style, differentiate those discussions with each individual. I think you've heard from me.
Right. I could start. I'm just going to deal with the setback again. If I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that we have a housing mandate. However, that's not part of, it's like parking for us, right? Things we may care about, but nothing really we can really give direction on. However, we have specific design guidelines that whether they were written with foresight or not, we have them in hand. So I guess I'm saying I agree with your initial comment about the consistency of those guidelines.
Of the guidelines?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Related to the setback.
So that's a pretty radical opinion about taking the guidelines literally. Is that correct?
Correct.
Well, if it comes down to that, I would respect the guidelines because we can't look backward on exceptions. And as much as I would hate to lose such a wonderful proposal, I would be willing to do it to respect the guidelines.
Well, I think time and time again, our board actually pushes architecture in this stylistic direction, and I feel like this represents Santa Barbara. It respects the historic resource across the street. I feel like Santa Barbara has multiple styles of architecture that are historic resources, and I feel like not one whole street needs to look the same. And so I feel like this is actually appropriate for the location, and I'm okay with the setback and the style.
So I sense a 1 to 3, and I think the three of us are so radical that it really influences the viability of developing this property. And I'm wondering, I guess it's up to the applicant to seek advice from others about, do you take it on to planning commission, or I know what the HLC would say, but it would seem that we have a 1 to 3. Is that what I hear? All right, so I'm afraid we're going to have to go with that, and hopefully you can find a solution that's viable to develop this property. And because what I see, so I would make a motion that the project, as eloquent and well-designed as is still not appropriate given the precise guidelines for new construction adjacent to historic resources, and that the applicant should seek a design and development that respects to a great degree what is implied in those guidelines. Do I have a seconder?
I can second that.
All right, Wayland is second. We have a motion on the floor.
And Vice Chair Six, just to clarify, that was continue indefinitely with those comments, correct?
Yes, continue indefinitely.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Vice Chair Six?
Yes.
Board Member Anderson?
No.
Board Member Noon?
Yes.
And Board Member Wayland?
Yes.
Motion passes. And Ms. Anderson, can you please clarify your reasoning for no?
Yes, I don't agree with the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Let's give him 5 minutes.
Do you want to just make sure these are the ones? This is the combined PDF. Check the seller, combine the photos. Oh, just in different. That's fine.
Oh, I did do that, yeah. It would have been confusing for the board members to have the photos first. Yeah, this is the one.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Russell, do you think you should go out and see if he wants to come? Give him the option of not coming back. I would be willing to take chair. with me as chair? He's going to have to recuse? He's going to. Okay.
Recuse himself, so.
All right.
In order to continue on, Chair Moore has recused himself from the last item, so for no particular reason, but we may continue as we still have quorum, so.
Okay. So our last item, number 5, is 217 South Milpas. This is a proposal to construct a new 2-story duplex unit over a 6-car carport. Proposal includes to demolish, reconstruct, and convert the existing 4-car garage into a 3-bedroom, 2-bath ADU. Conversion of the garage to an ADU will abate the garage violation portion of a enforcement case. This project is providing 1 replacement housing unit for the proposed hotel project. Oh, okay. Oh, I understand. Okay. Sorry. 1 replacement housing unit for the proposed hotel project at 302 West Montecito Street. And with a planning number and a PC resolution 20017, the project requires staff hearing officer approval of a coastal development permit. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. The project requires compliance with the project compatibility findings and the urban design guidelines. So with that, if you would give your name for the record and your presentation, please.
Hello, my name is Lonnie Roy. I'm the agent for the property owner. And I'd like to start with the photos, if I can find them real quick. So let me start with the site photos. So the property is located at 217 South Milpas, which is that triangular block, kind of south of US 101, where the South Milpas off-ramp is, and you go down South Milpas Street, and you take a left, and then it's the on-ramp for Highway 101. So the building that you're seeing there, the green one, that is an existing single-family residence that is located at the frontage of the property. There are 2 driveway approaches one on either side of the existing building. This is a photo of looking at it from the left-hand side.
Excuse me, Mr. Roy, could you lean into the microphone? Thank you.
Is that good? Okay. This is another photo of the property frontage. So there are a number of retaining walls and some fencing at the frontage of the property. This is the side of the building. Looking at it from the neighboring property, there is an automotive garage to the right of the property. This is the interior of the site. It is developed with just dirt and concrete. The building you're seeing in the back there is the existing 4-car garage. The violation or enforcement case on that was that it had been converted to a 2-car garage instead of a 4-car garage. This is looking at the back single-story portion of the building. I will point out this plaster or stucco portion of the building was an illegal addition, and that has been removed under a separate building permit. This is zooming out, some more context of that. Another photo of the interior. This is a photo looking at the southerly property line where you see that existing automotive garage that has a 0 lot line configuration. And 2 neighborhood photos. So starting at the south here and then moving up the street. So this is looking towards the on-ramp for 101. This is the property 2 lots south of our project. This is the property directly south of our project. This is the subject property. This is the property just to the north, and this one is residential. The entire block is zoned C2 commercial. It's relatively commercial, but there is one residential property that's directly adjacent to ours. This is 2 blocks or 2 lots up. This is further up. Then you get to the intersection, the off-ramp's right up there. Then switching back on the opposite side of the street. Just kind of thumb through these real quick.
Yeah. I think we're all familiar with the area.
Okie doke, now I'll go up to the plans. So the existing site plan, the existing single family at the front, the rear garage, we are proposing to remove the northerly driveway approach and to clear the concrete improvements at the middle of the site. So we are proposing to construct our 2-story duplex along the northerly property line to give the building some relief from the rather imposing automotive garage along the southerly property line. There are 3 2-car carports underneath the building, and then there's 1 uncovered space for the accessory dwelling unit. The accessory dwelling unit is proposing to demolish and reconstruct the building in the same location in the same form. So going to the floor plan, you can see the carports here. Trash is tucked in here, mechanical is tucked in over here. Entries, one of the entries is located on the drive aisle, the other is just wrapped around the corner. You walk up, there's a 2-bedroom, that is the replacement unit for 302 Montecito, the proposed hotel. And then we have a 1-bedroom here. Balconies are tucked into the architecture to give it some relief from the noise contours that are located on this site. Roofing plan, simple gable. So the elevation, the existing single-family structure is relatively simple. It's relatively nondescript. There's not a ton of unique detailing on it. So reflecting that, we're proposing a relatively simple structure with a 1 gable. We have a, relatively significant soft story on the ground floor there. So we wanted to try to ground the building by proposing a 2/3 plaster base with a 1/3 board and bat at the top. You can see the colors here. So the plaster would be this brown color. The board and bat would be this green with a white-ish trim and some red accents, comp shingles, relatively simple lighting that would be located at the entry doors and out the balconies. Sections, so we have 8-foot plates on the ground floor, 9-foot plates on the second floor. Moving on to the accessory dwelling unit, this is what the existing elevation looks like. So you have the 2-car garage, there's 2 entry doors here. Relatively simple shed roof, a small gable structure. So we're proposing to demolish that due to its poor condition and reconstruct it in its same form. Moving quickly to that elevation so you can see what that is. So the siding material is proposed to be replaced with a plaster or stucco finish to match the duplex that is being proposed directly adjacent to this. There are 2 sliding doors from these 2 bedrooms, creating a small patio space for each of those bedrooms. And as mentioned, it's 3 bedrooms total. Colors, we're proposing it to be green rather than the brown base from the adjacent building. It would be the same white trim, the same lighting, and the same comp shingles. Landscape, so this site is somewhat constrained working through comments with transportation. They would not allow a landscape planter against the southerly building. So we aren't getting much relief there. We tried to compensate that by providing generous landscaping where we could. So we have some tall oval canopy trees but between the proposed duplex and the neighboring property to soften the duplex from those single-story residential structures, and a few canopy trees along the corner of the existing single-family with a mixture of palm trees throughout the remainder of the site. And that will conclude my presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. So with that, we will open public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. If anyone joining virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands. I do not have any speaker slips. We did receive written correspondence from Paulina Kahn, which was distributed to the board prior to the meeting. Back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. So that we will close public comment and bring it back to questions to the board. Who would like to start? Okay, Ms. Anderson.
Can we go to a picture of the existing single-family house from the street? Oh, perfect. Are you planning on replacing the existing roofing on that house? I noticed there were corrugated roof in the back.
I believe it's already been replaced. It was underneath that separate building permit. We had submitted this, and we found out after we submitted that there was an enforcement case. Gotcha. And through that, we found out there was actually a permit that was already issued for addressing those. It had, expired, but we got it constituted.
So there's no longer any corrugated roofing that you know of?
That I know of, correct.
Okay. And then what is the setback from the north property line to the new?
6 feet.
6 feet. Okay. And is there, so you said transportation wouldn't allow any kind of space along that south property line?
Yeah. We could probably get a small planter in there, but it would
Like
be
for
restricted
vines
to
or something, or on your property, not on their wall?
Yeah, that would be the complicating
Yeah.
factor.
Okay. And then what was your window material that you were looking at using?
Let me see what we have on the plans here. Probably doesn't specify. Yeah, I'm not sure what the material would be
Okay.
at this time.
Those are my questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Newton?
Yes, could you do a site plan really quick? Go to a site plan? The property, let's say to the north, well, east, I guess, that's a single-story residence?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was there consideration to flipping this
There was consideration.
and backing the unit against the existing?
Yeah, we
wall.
thought this allowed this building to breathe a little bit more instead of stuffing it up against essentially a giant CMU wall where you wouldn't have any light, air visibility on that side yard area. So that was kind of the logic of locating it on this side.
Okay. And then I know on the, as it's designed on the north side, you've got those single stories, so there's not much of a privacy issue, but on the east side, do we know how windows line up to the adjacent property
From
In the rear.
in the rear,
from the duplex or from the accessory dwelling unit?
from the accessory dwelling unit?
There shouldn't be any windows because it's
Is it
pretty
at
much a
the-
zero lot line.
Is it at the property? Okay,
Yeah, it's off it a little bit,
okay.
but not much so that
So
there
no-
aren't any
no
windows.
openings.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Well, that's it for now.
Mr. Whalen?
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. Mr. Roy, what's the logic or the intent behind demolishing and recreating the ADU in the same volumetric form? Could you go to a photo that shows that
Yeah.
back unit? There it is.
The logic is mostly the poor condition of that structure. You can see there's a lot of bowing in this roof.
Oh, no, I'm not opposed to that. What is the logic of recreating the volume exactly as in this
It's a
form?
requirement based on the ADU ordinance. You can demo an existing structure, but you essentially have to recreate it. Otherwise, you'd have to comply with the setbacks, which would be 4 feet, which wouldn't
You
work with the
couldn't do.
proposed plan.
Great answer. Do you know any of the history of the unit on the street, the front unit? If you go to, let's see, I think I made a note here, image 21. No, I guess I was wrong. Yes, if you look at the eave detail, this is a really old building, well over 100 years old. Do you know any of the history of this building?
I do not.
All right. What else? And the carport in the new duplex is open on both sides?
Correct.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. To get back to this idea of flipping the whole project, do you know the parapet height of the tire store on the south of your property? Or do you have any references that would give us an idea? There you go.
So it's roughly a little bit lower than the height of that gable element. So let's see. So maybe around 14 feet.
Okay, so do you have an image that references the heights of that rebuilt ADU to the heights that you're proposing in the larger structure?
So the height of the duplex is proposed, I believe, at 23.5 inches.
So what's the floor height? So we have, if we have 14 to the adjacent building, what do we have to the finished floor of the new building?
So the plates are 8 foot on the ground floor and 9 foot on the second floor.
So we'd have 10 feet from grade to the second floor? Am I not correct? Or 9 feet?
Roughly.
So if you did build up against the building to the south, you would have a difference between finished floor and parapet height of 4 feet. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Little 6 inches more than a regular guardrail. Okay. You're not going to be respecting the solar access for the residents to the north, correct?
Correct, because it's commercially zoned.
Commercial
It's
zone.
not applicable.
Mm-hmm. And are you improving any portions except for the roof of the existing front building?
So we would be removing the fencing along the frontage here. The retaining walls would remain. We would be, right now that's developed with the patio, so that would all become landscape area now.
What is that white stuff along there?
It's lattice, so that should be removed under the building permit for it, but I don't believe that's been removed as of yet.
You're going to repaint or recondition or?
That wasn't necessarily the scope of it.
Okay. So is the north driveway wider than the south driveway?
It's kind of different. So the north driveway, you kind of have this situation where They're relatively the same size. I think that one might be slightly bigger. It's constrained on either side by these retaining walls, where that southerly one is open on the south, and the retaining wall that's against it on the north is a little bit more set back and variable. So it has a little bit more open visibility to it from a safety standpoint.
So if we're, the reasons I'm pursuing these, you've already, there's a requirement for, in multifamily parking, parking areas for planting strips 3 feet between the driveway and the building, and 5 feet between all perimeter property lines and the parking. So can you address those two issues and how you are going to,
So against the property line, we have 6 feet there. Currently, we're proposing to split that with a walkway and a landscape strip. Part of that is to allow some.
I'm talking about the parking perimeters, the parking itself.
The parking perimeter is just, we can't, physically cannot meet it. We cannot meet the circulation standards and provide that at the same time. So it's physically, we are just unable to comply with that.
Okay, and are you offering anything in return for the loss of that?
We try to provide kind of as much landscape area where possible. There's areas to, maybe, the reason this walkway is provided is to offer some safer pedestrian walkway from parking to the front unit or from these units to the trash containers, but that could potentially be removed and they could use the walkway that's designated with different paving materials within the driveway.
So in the 3-foot landscape between the building and the driveway, that's just a walkway there, that gray?
Correct.
Okay. And was there any, I understand the logic of reconstructing in place the ADU, but was there any consideration for completely demolishing that and incorporating it into your main building?
Not really. The owner likes the location of that structure and wants to keep the location of that structure.
All right, thank you. Okay, those are my questions. We'll move on to comment.
One more
Yes.
question. Mr. Roy, what is the area between Unit A and Unit B and C? Is that a parking space?
Correct. That is a uncovered parking space for the accessory dwelling unit.
All right. That's it. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question. Was there any consideration to give more light to the northern properties by offsetting the top floor from the bottom garage on your new structure, like an overhang above the garage openings?
It was contemplated for structural reasons. We chose not to do that because it's already pretty much a soft story, and the structural engineering with an offset would increase the cost of the building significantly.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to comments.
Sure, I'd be happy to go, Vice Chair Six. I appreciate the clear and direct thinking of the plan on all levels, but on the same, at the same time, it seems to me that the quality of life, the livability of the proposed duplex is really minimal. There's no landscaping, no open space, so it's all about living indoors. And to that end and developing that, I would like to see a little more variation in the roof of that building, perhaps having a hipped element at each end, exposing some views of the mountains, perhaps some skylight, some other different roof, and also a stronger relationship to the front building perhaps replicating or echoing some of those elaborate eaves. It's all horizontally sided. That is forgotten about in the other two units. So a little more continuity between the finishes of the three, a little more interest to the roof of the Unit B, and some consideration of the quality of life in those units.
Thank you, Mr. Noon.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I still think a serious look at flipping it would be advantageous to the overall life of the property. That's just a sad, sad area. That little parking with the, flanked by the wall and, and you can't do anything with it. So that, that's just really a sad area. I think flipping it, even if you just, as a consolate, or even if you lost the windows on that side, I think it would be worth it to the view that it would open up to the north. Wouldn't be as towering over those adjacent properties. I think you understand my thoughts there. And then for that accessory dwelling unit, I would even consider you're removing it, reconstruct it in a different shape, different size, maybe even 2-story, so you can pull it off the property line a little bit, allow that a little more breathing around it, a little more landscaping. Just a thought.
Thank you, Mr. Noon. Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, I think this is a true infill project that we're reviewing, and they've maxed it out with what's existing and what's proposed. I definitely think studying flipping would be ideal. I would be concerned about the safety of entering and exiting on site at that north side, just because of how busy that street is. I think that will be a concern, but I think it's worth a study. I would also agree with a lot of Board Member Whalen's comments about continuity between the structures and not just color, but materials and roof expression. I did kind of buy off on the fact that the duplex was on the north side for more airflow. Yeah, but I don't know. And I think those were my comments, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I think I resonate with what's been said about flipping, about quality of living here. It's obvious that this is that the developer is taking a low budget approach, and I think that any deserving resident and any deserving property in Santa Barbara deserves more than a very low budget approach. My question on the paper is this an upgrade? And I don't see it as an upgrade at all. There's going to be minimal attention to, improving the existing structures that are way beyond repair and downright unfortunate, especially the back one. And I concur with, flipping this. Here we're developing more units, but we're radically shadowing two existing units, no matter how decrepit they are in condition. So and offsetting some, low budget straight up. I understand that's the low budget approach to stack everything from ground floor to top is low budget. But if this building was flipped and it hung out over a bit of the face of the garage, you could establish, I think, a very nice couple of balconies that overlook the parapet of that of the building to the south. So I think there's some opportunity to get light, whether they're balconies or high windows, in the south-facing portion if that building is to the south and slightly above the parapet. So I'm not excited about this proposal at all, frankly. So does anybody care to make a motion?
Do we need a motion on a concept review?
I think we need, yes.
All right. Well, let's see if I can put forth a motion. The board would like let's see, what does it see?
This, indefinite.
Continuance, an indefinite continuance, and seriously consider redesigning the site so that the proposed duplex shifts to the other side of the lot, provides mountain views and better light for those occupants, has some consistency between the three buildings that are both reconstructed, existing, and new. Personally, I'd like to see more landscaping, but
wherever possible.
Wherever possible. Did I miss anything? So I'll let that stand.
I think with consistency of structures, you were anticipating a serious upgrade to the front building. Refurbishing.
Well, yes, that would be desirable to have the front building, Unit A, refurbished.
Okay. And I also like to add to, I'll second that and add to it to confirm with transportation the desirability of which driveway is preferred. Or let's say, is there any terminal problem with choosing the northern driveway instead of the southern with transportation?
That's acceptable to the proposer.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Oh, yes.
Discussion, I'm sorry to interrupt. Any comments, thoughts on the back unit?
I think Mr. Whalen inferred that we need more consistency between buildings. Would that mean upgrade to that building?
Well, it wouldn't change the volume or the location, but the materials should be consistent or shared amongst the three buildings.
Can we add the applicant to explore the extent of revised form that would be allowed to maintain their sighting of
their footprint?
Yeah, here we are.
Well, that was my point,
Yeah.
if I could. If they tore it down,
right,
modified the footprint, that would allow them to pull it off the property line a little bit.
I think that's important.
Create more landscaping.
To continue the discussion, if I understand Mr. Roy, they would lose their status as an ADU if they were to remove that building and rebuild it in some other form, correct?
Yeah, essentially, we couldn't construct it in that same location. We'd have to pull it to the 4-foot setback.
Right, then you're.
Sure, you'd have to respect
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah.
that's understood. So I would amend the motion to include explore removal and reconfiguring the ADU building on the site.
Excellent. I like that. Yes.
Okay.
And one more point, I'll be quick, I
please.
promise. When I said flip, I meant literally flip, so that the front was now the back, if you will, and rather than just sliding it down.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Just want to make sure, okay.
So that it's oriented
Correct.
towards the north.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, very good. I think we have a motion on the floor.
I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Oh, yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, last of the agenda, we will close the meeting of, what is it, February the 12th? 21st. And goodbye from beautiful Santa Barbara.